As a child, I grew up in slums of Mumbai. It was good childhood, I thought, but to tell the truth, I was quite lazy when it came to learning. I had no idea what I wanted to do with my life. This all changed when I was 16. I was introduced to computer science program at school. I was like, okay, sounds interesting to me. I mean, I had never used computer because of course we couldn't afford one. But I was like, okay, computer sounds good. And I got hooked, you can say. After 6 years of studying, I got my first job at startup. The salary for juniors was low, but we made do with it. When my wife was 6 months pregnant, she had to go through surgery and our daughter was born 3 months prematurely. I remember the day when she was born, and as people say, right, holding your child in your hand is the best experience in the world you can have, but I couldn't do that. We were fighting for her life and the hospital bills were immense, and I knew I needed to advance my career to be able to pay everything, give a better life to my family, because I wanted to move from slum as well. I don't wanted my daughter to grow up there. We moved to Pune and started improving my skills in Angular, which I fell in love with. I went to many conferences and met many mentors who gave their time and knowledge to help the entire community. They were helping us become better developers, and at the same time, they were considered experts in their field. I was learning a lot from them, but deep inside, I wanted to be one of them. I doubled down on Angular, studied hard, and started giving talks and contributing to open source projects. Soon after I became a GD for Angular. This was a special day for me, To be defined a Google developer expert, I gained confidence in my abilities, and my salary has also increased as I started consulting on many projects. When all the hospital bills were paid, I decided to spend more time with my family. I started a YouTube channel where I try to mentor others who need mentoring. I give mini talks and just keep helping the community as GD. When I see that people who I had the chance to mentor are now making their first contribution, it truly makes my day. I want to influence people to believe in themselves and go for it. I was at the bottom of the barrel, no house, no health, no money, but there were people along the way to help me achieve my potential. Today I am doing it for others, and hopefully in the future they will pay it forward to someone else. That's the best way we can actually make the community grow in India.
Namaste, good evening, and a warm welcome to you all to the last and the most exciting day of DevFest 2021. We all are here to celebrate India's biggest developer fest for the one final day. Let me just introduce us to you all. So, hello everyone, I'm Aryendra Prakash Singh, a volunteer at GDG New Delhi and GDG Cloud New Delhi. I'm a designer by profession. It's indeed a pleasure to host you all as such an amazing audience. Welcome from the capital city, New Delhi. Let's just listen from my co host here. Yes, Vanshita?
Sure, Aryan. Hey all, I'm Manchita Singh, a volunteer of WTM New Delhi and UDG New Delhi. I'm looking forward to be your host for the day and have fun together. As it is the last day of DevFest 21, there will be some important announcements regarding the winners, jobs, quick labs credits, and for all most importantly, the certificate of participation from DevFest that we will be announcing during the event. So you all better be stay tuned. We are super excited to kickstart Day 3 of DevFest India 2021. It's indeed a great pleasure to welcome you all to the largest annual Developers Fest organized by 52 Google developer groups across India. We hope you all are safe and tuning in from comfort of your homes.
Oh, Vanchita, do you know how fabulous our past 2 days have been? Dear God, I have been mesmerized by witnessing such a huge and fun audience. I wasn't able to believe the turnout we saw yesterday and day before that. Truly a bliss. What say?
True that, Darren. I myself was startled by seeing such an immense response from the audience. And you know what? I am expecting more today. Let's just begin our day. Let's just go through our code of conduct for the Dev Fest. First of all, be nice and respectful and constructive. If and also bringing your whole self to Dev Fest. Mostly the content is in workshop format, so feel free to follow along on your laptop or desktop.
Now let's just see what we are expecting from DevFest. At DevFest, we are having multiple tracks: mobile, cross platform, machine learning, web, cloud, and also in addition to this, we are having a brownie track as well.
Well, Aryan. Let's just have a look at the super amazing experts. I'm highly grateful to all of them for being the part of DevFest 21 and making it grand. We have in total 62 speakers lined up for the expert sessions. The ones who will be there for super amazing fireside chats and networking with us.
A quick thing to note, each track will be having interview questions and best practices to answer them in the end. The content is recorded. We just couldn't trust the fluctuating electricity and internet speed at our homes, which might give a terrible experience for you all, and that's why there's no live Q&A. But the good thing is that speakers will be online and they will be answering even more questions now directly on the chat. So if you have any sort of question, just drop them in the YouTube live chat and they will be answered well. Vanchita, do you know what the fun part is? After every session, a quiz link will be displayed on the screen containing quizzes, and there are amazing prizes to win if you answer all of them first and right.
I really can't wait to see such fun quizzes and activities after the sessions. And what about swags? Well, as we see here, we will be giving away these exclusive and phenomenal swags. Not only that, we will be giving away a Google Swag Pack t-shirts, zipper, and stickers for the quiz winners. Also, we will be giving away 75 Google Home Mini for the 5 winners per quiz. So stay tuned to answer to your best extent. We also have swags that are to be given through our community partners, which are Quantify, Simform, Recro, JetBrains, GitHub, and Device.
A big surprise for you all, we will be giving away 2000 t-shirts and sticker packs just for today. So please participate in all of the quizzes and increase your chances of winning away the cool swags.
For Android and CloudTrack, all the participants of the quizzes is have an opportunity to get their certification sponsored up to 80% upon successful completion of the certification. There will be a 2-month deadline given to all the participants, and the participants would have to submit proof of completion in order to get their reimbursements. A detailed email will be sent to all the winners for the quizzes.
As this pandemic and the second wave didn't treat us real well, and many of us lost our jobs and were not able to get hired for the responsibilities we were highly skilled at. Surprisingly, DevFest India team got us covered here too. We have collaborated with IT corporations all over the nation and have listed seamless opportunities for all of you. For more details, you may head over to devfestindia.com/partners and keep a regular check as we have been announcing them throughout the 3 days of DevFest. There are many stories inside us. Many of us aspire to inspire people in our ecosystem, but never get the right platform or opportunity. Google Developers India has given us all an amazing chance for sharing our such stories, and best ones will be featured on it. Submit your entries using this link bit.ly/devfestin story. Woo! Here we go. And hereby, we are starting up for the one final and the last day of our DevFest, a plethora of sessions, super amazing experts, well priced quizzes, and lots of swags. Let's go!
Wait, Adi, don't you think it's a moral responsibility to make our audience happy and zealous before the start of the day?
Yeah, Vanshita, totally agreed. But what do we have as of now that can make our audience super happy?
So the winners of Mobile Track Day 2 are on the screen. And I guess by seeing their names on the list, our audience will surely have a smile on their face. And also those who weren't able to make it, you all will be having this last day of DevFest to win some cool swags. Congratulations, people, for getting into the list. Virtual claps for you all. Yay!
Sure, they are happy indeed. Anyways, Vanshita, which mobile phone are you using? I mean, the system which it works on?
I'm proudly an Android user.
That's nice to hear. You say, and we have it. Why not just start our day with listening something about Android? Well, for that, we have got some really good experts. Let me just introduce you all to our first Android expert, Bilal Khan. He's a developer advocate at Stream. And we also have Rivu Chakrabarti. He's India's first Kotlin Google developer expert, an Android developer, and author of multiple Kotlin books. Rivu has previously worked at Byju's and Paytm. Currently, he is a senior software engineer at Gojek.
That's really nice to hear, Aryan. Let's just talk about the session and begin in no time. In this session, we will see how to build a sample app to demonstrate how we can use our repository between data sources and view model. Also, we will learn how to get started on writing test cases and how it will help us boost your Android developer efficiency. Let's just invite our experts to join the stage and make us all bug droids. Over to you, Bilal and Rivu.
Hi everyone, today I will be speaking about building a repository to handle your Android application's data requirement. If you are still writing all of your code in your activity or fragment, then this is the concept that you must understand. And we all know, like when we start our Android application development journey, we learn about the activities and fragments that are the very basic thing in any Android application, and we end up writing a lot of code in activities or fragments. But what happens is, as our code grows, it becomes very harder to maintain the application. It becomes very hard to write test cases, write anything new in our application, add any new feature. So it becomes very hard if we put everything in our activity or fragment classes. So that is why it is recommended to use some kind of architectural principles while making your Android application project. We have some common architectural principles that we can keep in mind if we are building an Android application. The first one is separation of concern. But first, you have to understand that we do not own the implementation of activities or fragment classes. Android OS can destroy them any point of time. For example, to clear up resources of the device or in case of low memory. So if we don't handle these classes properly, we may face some unexpected behaviors in our application. And that is why it is important to separate the data layer from our activity or fragment classes. And the goal is to keep our activity or fragments as lean as possible. Now the second principle is derive UI from a model class, or more accurately a persistent model class. If your model is persistent, that means user do not loses the data when the application is destroyed by the Android operating system, because we already persisted the data model class, and we can use room database to persist our data in the device locally. Another good thing about persistent model is if user loses the network connection or if the network connection is poor, user still can use the application and it leads to a very good user experience. Now let's discuss the recommended application architecture that we should use while building our Android applications. In this diagram, you can see at the top we have activity or fragment. Now activity and fragment will get data that it needs to display from the view model, and view model will delegate the responsibility of getting data to repository. Now here you can see every component is dependent on only one component except repository that can be dependent on multiple data sources. You may think that the repository here is useless, but it is actually an abstraction layer over the view model, and all the data fetching logic will go inside repository, and that way we will make our view model cleaner. So this is the architecture that we should follow while building Android applications project. Now let's discuss more about repository. The main benefit of using a repository is it will provide a common API to the rest of the application for fetching data, and view model will delegate the responsibility of fetching data to repository. Now it's the responsibility of repository to provide view model the data that is requested. You can see in the diagram, except repository, every other component is dependent on only one component, and only repository is requesting data from multiple data sources. So that's how we are going to structure our application while building it. So I hope you got an idea about repository. And now let's see a sample of repository. So here you can see it is nothing special, just a normal class that needs a data source. And in this example, we are using an API or remote data source that will actually hit an API to get the data. So what's happening here is we have a function, the name is get users, and it is hitting an API to fetch the list of users. Now in your application, we want to display a list of users, so we will call this function from API data source, and this function inside our repository will be called by view model. So view model will call get users and repository will call the API, and the data will travel from API to repository to view model. But here is a problem. View model will request data from repository, and repository is getting the data every time from a network call. But our goal is to minimize the network calls in our application. And if the data that we are getting is static, we do not need to request it again from the network, but we can persist it locally using room database. So if we persist the data even in bad network situations, user can use the application and it will lead to a very good user experience. And that is why we will make our repository to handle caching of data. So let's discuss about caching now. So in our repository, we need to cache the data as well. So once the data is fetched from the network, we will make or maintain a cache using room database or any local storage. In this case, we are going to use room database. So in our previous example, repository was requesting data from either a remote data source or a local database. But the repository code that I shown to you is requesting data only from the API. Now, I am going to make this repository to fetch data and store it locally. Or basically, I am going to process the data that repository will fetch. And this data that will be stored either locally or we will fetch it from remote will be considered as a network bound resource. So I will tell you how you can create a network bound resource. The idea is very simple. First, we will check if the copy of the data already exists locally in our local database, basically in our room database. So if it exists, we will not fetch it again from the remote API. What we will do is we will serve the local copy of the data directly, and this way user will instantly get the data and it will lead to a better user experience. But if a local copy of the data is not existing, we will fetch it from the remote API, and once the data is fetched, we will store it to the room database. So that is what we are going to do. And to do this, I have created a function. So I am calling it network boundary source, and you can see I have created a function that is returning a flow. And in this function, I have four parameters. The first parameter is the local query that will check if a local copy of the data is there or not. Then we have fetch, that is our actual API call to fetch data from network by hitting the API. After that, we have save fetch result to process the data once it is fetched from the network. Finally, we have should fetch to determine whether a fetch is needed or not. Now, in the same repository, we can use this network bound resource. As you can see, this time with API, we have one more argument, that is data access object of room database. Now this time our get users function will return a flow, that is our network bound resource that I just shown to you. That basically means it will serve the data either from local storage or remote API based on a certain condition. And the condition you can define using the should fetch parameter. Right now, the logic is very simple. As you can see, should fetch, inside should fetch, I have written is empty. That means if the local list is empty, fetch it again from the API. But you can also change this condition. For example, if the local copy is too old, fetch the fresh copy from the API again. It completely depends on your requirement. But whatever you are going to do, the fetching data part will be inside repository only, and it will make our view model cleaner. Now let's use this repository in our activity to display the list of users. As you can see, we are observing the users that is inside the view model. So we will observe the user list. Once we get the resource state as success, that means we have a list. Now we are submitting the list to our recycler view adapter, and it will render the list in the activity. So that is how we are not doing anything inside our activity, but we are getting the data from view model, and view model is getting the data from repository, making our activity and view model a lot more cleaner. So you can see this is the final output of the application. We are rendering a list of users. Now, if you want the complete source code of the project, then you can get it from this link. And if you are looking for some interview questions that might be asked from this presentation, then you can see these questions. So these are some very common questions that are frequently asked by interviewers. So that's all from my side, guys. I hope you liked the session. Thank you.
Hi, this is Ribhu Chakraborty, and today we are gonna talk about exploiting the power of testing for Android dev efficiency. So before we gonna start writing test cases, we have to understand what are the types of test cases are. So at the base lies unit test cases or unit tests, then integration tests, and then E2E tests. We'll learn about all of them one by one. And yeah, let's start with unit tests. So unit test is basically you are testing out a particular unit of your system. For example, in context of Android, you are testing each function when you have a user repository, right? I'm taking example from Bilal session. You When you take the user repository, it has a function get users. So you are testing that particular function in all different scenarios and checking that hey, it's behaving as expected. So why write unit tests? So one of the benefits is that it helps you find out small mistakes or miss outs earlier during the development phase, and then it becomes easier for maintenance, refactor, or edit. For example, when you want to add a new function to your users repository, right? Then you have to if you have unit tests, you can just after adding the new methods, you can just run the unit test, and you can find out hey, if the tests are failing, if any one test are failing, then you have probably affected some of the previous behaviors or previous functionalities of the code. Then you can just go ahead and edit that part out. Otherwise you are good to go. If all the test cases are succeeding, then you are good to go, you haven't messed up the code at all, so you can be more confident. Another benefit is that it forces you to follow good practices. For example, when you are writing your test cases, you are forced to follow DI, whether it's manual or Dagger or Coin, whatever you use. You are using dependency injection because without using DI, you can't isolate repository, user repository to write test cases on. Along with that, there is also other good practices you are forced to follow. For example, loose coupling and many more. So let's start with the interface we are going to test. We'll obviously test the implementation, but we'll first start the interface. So I am taking basically motivation from Bilal's example. Here we are having user repository only, and it has a function get users, which returns a flow of list of users. And here's the implementation. What it does is basically it checks the if the data is present in the local DB or local DS, then it emits the same data. And if local DS doesn't have data, then it calls the remote DS, fetches the data, saves it into the local DS, and then emits it. Now let's proceed with the test setup. So basically, when you are writing unit test cases, right, you have to create an instance of the particular implementation, right? Here it is user repository implementation or user repository IMPL. Now it has two dependencies. One is remote DS, other one is local DS. Now you will have here what I am doing is that I am mocking them because I only want to test the repository here. I don't want to test local DS or remote DS, and that's why I'm mocking them, and I am expecting that they behave well and they will integrate well with the repository. Now, after mocking, it comes stubbing. So here's an example of stubbing. So what we are doing is that we are creating a stub response for our data. So get users in the remote is supposed to return user response, right? So here, while developing, we'll get the user response from the remote DS. But here, we are mocking the remote DS, right? So that's why we need the stub to actually pass out our fake data that we are creating as expected data. Now, here's the actual test. So as we are using coroutine or flow, we are using run blocking. Now, first we are getting the stub data. We are getting the stub user response and stub user list. Next is we are using Mockito's whenever function. So it basically tells the Mockito that hey, whenever get users from remote DS is called, return stub user response, And whenever get users from local DS is called, return stub user list or return flow of stub user list. And then in the test, what we are testing is that we're getting the data from local DS. Now, why is that? Because as if you remember our code, then if the data is present in the local DS, then the code should not call remote DS. Uh, Here, what we are doing is that we are checking that we are getting the data from local DS only, no other data. Now, there are other methods as well. You can use a verify method from Mockito to particularly check that if local DS is returning data, then remote DS dot get users method would not be called. But let's not go into those complexities as of now. You can test with the data as well. Here we are testing with the data that it's only from the local DS. Now comes integration test. So integrate as in the unit test, we check user repository separately, right? Or particular module separately. With integration test case, what you can do is that you can basically integrate multiple modules and make sure they works well together, right? It's like a team. There can be many good developers when they work individually, but when in a team, they should work well together as well. So similar concept here. In Android context, we have data stores and repository. Uh, we with unit test cases, we have made sure that data stores works well alone and repository works well alone. Now with integration test cases, we'll make sure that data store and repository works well together. So here's the setup method, updated setup method. Uh, Notice that we are not using mock for local DS and remote DS. Now, remember that if local DS has a dependency or remote DS has a dependency, for those we can use mocks, right? Because unit integration test case is not mean that you can't use mock or you can't use fake. Here, what it means that you will integrate two or more modules together, and if they have further dependencies, right, you can use mocks or fakes easily. There's no worry on that. Now, in the actual test cases, what happens is that we are calling local ds.get users, and we are calling test repository.get users, and then we are checking that, hey, the responses from local ds.get users and test user repository.get users are same, because that's what it's the basically same thing we did for unit test cases. Here, just whenever block is removed. Now, after integration test cases, it comes end-to-end test cases. End-to-end test cases is nothing but testing the whole software or whole system together as a whole. Uh, it In Android, if you have ever written Espresso test cases, then you have ever most probably written end-to-end test cases as well. Now, I'm not saying that Espresso doesn't let you write UI test cases. We are writing UI test cases, right? But on top of that, we are probably using end-to-end test cases. Now, if you have passed your VM or presenter or repository separately while writing Espresso test cases, that is possible to do. Then you have probably written UI test cases only. That was not end-to-end test cases. But most often we don't do that. We only pass a mock web server so that backend APIs are not called, and then we set up a in-memory database, and then we run the complete end-to-end test cases with Espresso. So yeah. Uh, Now, why end-to-end test cases are required? So, as you have seen that unit test cases are required and integration test cases are also required, because it lets you test that, hey, multiple modules works well together. Now, as I have taken the example of Teams earlier, so we have checked that, hey, one person alone works well, and multiple persons in a team works well. Now, here we are just checking that, hey, together the whole company with multiple teams works well together as well, right? So that's about end-to-end test cases. Another benefit of end-to-end test cases is that it actually lets you propagate real user scenarios or real world scenarios. Now, uh, for example, what we do test with end-to-end test cases, we click a button and check, hey, data is populated on that area after clicking this button. So that's the real user scenario, right? And it helps us check the whole system works together, and also uh, it helps us with Firebase test labs and other tools to basically test in a basically a lot with multiple devices. If there is some impact, then it will easily get it. And here are a few resources you can check out for tests. And let's talk about few questions. First one is, why should we focus on test? So I have already answered that. Test forces you to follow good practices, and writing tests makes or helps you pluck out your bugs, small bugs, easier and faster. So that's why you should write test cases. Another common question I get is that probably it's the most common question I get, that hey, we are on a tight schedule, and how to manage time for writing tests. So the easiest answer is the obvious answer rather is that with writing test cases you are actually reducing time to development. So if you are not writing test cases, I'm quite sure that you are spending a lot of time in debugging. Now test doesn't guarantee that you will not debug. You still need to debug. There will still be bugs. QA is still needed, but test writing test cases makes those effort or a lot less. So while writing test cases, you are finding a lot of issues earlier, a lot of errors earlier, and you are fixing that during the development phase. So when it comes for QA and debugging, there will be lot less bugs or lot less common bugs or common mistakes. Another question I get is the difference between stubbing and faking and or mocking. So as I already showed you, stubbing is that when you are generating a fake data, and mocking or faking is that when you are generating or creating a fake implementation of a dependency. For example, remote TS mock implementation was a mocking, or if I have written a fake remote TS, right, then it would have been a faking. But what we stubbing is when you are generating the fake data that's returned from the function fun get users. Another question I get is which one to go for, uh, faking or mocking. The answer honestly is it matters. It matters on a lot of things. But if you are using mocking properly, if you are using it cautiously, then mocking is really good. There's no issue with mocking as well. To be honest, mocking is nothing but faking with a framework. So what does Mockito does? Mockito creates a fake implementation of your function that's given by your specification when you write the whenever block, right? Now, I understand that in scaling, mocking can have some issues. So in those cases, you can go ahead with faking. But if you are using mocking cautiously, I think it's good to go. Uh, Now, that was all about testing or exploiting the power of test to improve your dev efficiency for Android. Again, these are few resources you can go and have a look at. There are some good blogs and articles, and there are a few talks and a couple of talks and article from me as well.
That was such an amazing session by Revo and Bilal. I guess I myself have mastered Android. What say, Aryan?
Feels like I would be able to complete my calculator Android app I left incomplete in my college.
Nice idea. Our audience can now also complete their dream Android projects without any hassles. What's the audience? Anyways, what's better than checking our knowledge on Android when we had such an informative session? And the cool thing is that we are going to get rewarded for it as well. So, yes, Fox, you guessed it right. Next up, we are heading towards an activity that would be a quiz. So, be ready, everyone. We are beginning with our first activity for the day. For participating in the quiz, just go to the link as it is shown on the screen. Please note that you will only be having 5 minutes to complete the quiz. So, all the best!
Well, that was something quite tricky. I enjoyed the quiz. I also hope that the audience enjoyed it too.
Well, Arindra, moving further, do you have any robots or machines or even models that are trained by you?
No, Vanchita, I don't. But why so?
Well, you might be fascinated to know because I guess so. Now we can have one trained by following our next session. But before heading on to our ML session, let's see who has followed the previous machine learning session and got the answers correct. Here it is, the quiz winners of ML Track Day 2. Congratulations to you all, the one who have their names on the screen. You all were totally right. The ones who weren't able to make it till here, don't lose your hopes. You still have the last day of DevFest that can make you win those amazing swags.
Totally agreed, Vanchita. I'm sure our audience will be following our next session with some fabulous machine learning experts. Let me introduce our ML experts for our next session, Sharmishta. She is a senior manager in data sciences as Publicis Sapient. And we also have Sayak Paul. He is working as at Carted as a machine learning engineer. He likes to train neural networks for a large scale image recognition problems.
Yes, Arend. Now let's explore end-to-end principles for democratization of AI ML and exploring possibilities to contribute to open source. Now, over to you, Sharmishta and Sayak.
Hi everyone, welcome to this DevFest 2021 session. I am Sayak and I am going to be talking about enabling possibilities with open source in machine learning. First, a bit about myself. I work as a machine learning engineer at Carted, where I get to train deep neural networks for large-scale image recognition problems. I am also responsible for building the MLOps tooling around this sort of stuff so that they are servable at scale. I have a flair for open source, and of the work, I sometimes binge watch things on Netflix. My coordinates are available at sayak.dev, that's sayak.dev. Now, before we move on to the actual discussion, I wanted to take a moment and discuss the motivation behind putting this talk together. Well, machine learning and open source both are quite vast fields and they are highly interconnected. I wanted to discuss how one can take advantage of this connection and get a chance to give back to the community through meaningful contributions. So this talk is going to be a mixture of two broader thoughts. One where we will discuss the scopes in open source that are specific to machine learning, but also largely applies to other domains. The other one will be about ways to improve as a machine learning practitioner through open source. Now it's important for us to understand some ground rules in open source. First, communities work with open source without any finite expectations. In other words, undiluted passion is the primary factor that churns open source contributions. The rest of the things are quite optional, in my opinion. Open source benefits from a way of life that is often governed by mutual trust and constructive dialogue. Both the factors are born out of self-drive and are definitely not something to be inflicted upon. The above point has a direct byproduct, that is, it acts as a sort of driving force for passionate contributors to think about ways to better enable the communities with different targets in mind. So better enablement also becomes a key driving force behind all things open source. Of course, when a community is well aware of the previous factors, the rest of the things become quite secondary. Now, let us discuss some of the challenges in the machine learning community that are graciously benefited by open source. These things also extend to other domains. Transparency is a key factor that pushes the machine learning community forward. When a piece of machine learning development happens on, say, a public Git repository, the entire world is able to take part in it, understand the thought process of the developers, and ask clarification questions as needed. and this is a great way to practice science in general as well. The world of machine learning seriously benefits from empirical evidence. So if on paper, say someone claims their experiments are suggestive of a particular phenomenon, they are kind of constrained to open source those experiments with clear instructions for others to reproduce the results achieved by the experiments. This has sort of now become a standard practice in the machine learning community. Open source enables open collaboration and mentorship. When you contribute something to a popular open source machine learning library, you are almost immediately exposed to the chance to work with exceptionally talented people who provide you with actionable feedback on your contributions. I find this to be quite a chance to grow one's technical abilities with a certain user base in mind. By making your tools, projects, and other contributions open source, you offload some of the difficulties others might already be facing. Doesn't that feel already great? Open source initiatives are often easier to start, but gradually they tend to become excruciatingly difficult to maintain. But thanks to the nature of how open source generally evolves, if the underlying project is truly beneficial to the community, it will find its maintainers eventually. No wonder why open source is at the core of machine learning research and tooling. I like to think of open source as a sort of vehicle to create your own opportunities, especially if you are dabbling in machine learning. For example, if you think you can explain something with your own intuitions in a better manner than the existing resources, you have got a couple of options, right? You might want to code a demo project. Let's say you want to implement a paper, or you want to open source your solution to a Kaggle competition, or you would just like to take a machine learning concept and code a demo project around it. Then you could turn that project into a full-fledged blog post. You could then share it out with the community, get feedback, and get chances to improve. And it does not need to be a very recent machine learning topic. And I always like to give the example of Facebook and Orkut. Orkut started way before than Facebook, and now we all know how Facebook is doing, and Orkut is no longer existing, in fact. And hear it out from the good folks that are always encouraging this line of thought. We have Jeremy Howard of Fast AI. We have David Robinson from HIP. We have Daniel Seta, who is a PhD student at UC Berkeley. And stalwarts make their work public to benefit the community all the time. And here are some more examples. We have the famous CS231N course on convolutional neural networks for visual recognition. Then we have the FAST book by the folks at Fast AI. Then we have François Chollet's book, namely Deep Learning with Python. Then we have another open source book. I mean, the code part of the book is entirely open source. That is from Grokking Deep Learning by Andrew Trask. And then we have a series of Python data science specific experiments from Peter Norvig, the man of AI himself. Now, as the saying goes, if there's no documentation, there's no minimum viable product. So as a user, if you think a piece of documentation is sparse and you are well equipped to improve it, go ahead and make it better. Contribute a PR directly. Always wanted to have a module implemented in your favorite machine learning library? Well, if you think you have the bandwidth and the means to implement that by yourself, then again, you are presented with a unique opportunity to have a direct impact on the users of the library and to learn new things as you go along in the process. If you are keen on bugs, report them, period. take part in the solution discussions, and get a chance to devise a solution with the other developers. Open source projects like Keras were started from a personal public repository, and then they got to where they are now. So if you have got an idea to work on something that might be useful, treat yourself to that opportunity. One never knows how it might turn out to be, but I guess one will never know if the opportunity is not even realized in the first place. Now, here are some great examples of machine learning libraries that started with efforts from individual folks, and then they garnered a great deal of interest from the community. We have the PyTorch segmentation models library, then we have the classification model zoo library in Keras and TensorFlow. Then we have the PyTorch tool built, extremely famous amongst Kagglers. And then we have the PyTorch image models, which is also popularly known as TIM. Now, these are just few examples. I'm sure you will be able to find billions and billions. A food for thought. So just wondering what would have happened if some of our most favorite open source frameworks, they were not open source anymore, and what if they had started charging for the usage, right? So we must not take these things for granted and always look for opportunities that might be helping the broader community and also would encourage us to improve our own selves. Now, as Joel Grus puts it together, you can't stand on the shoulders of the giant if they keep their shoulders private. Now, in my opinion, it's likely hard to realize without being involved in open source, even in a remote capacity. So if you haven't already, start open sourcing today, period. Just get started. Now, on a more demanding side, let's consider the recent hiring practices for the machine learning roles, because believe it or not, open source actually speaks for your skills. You are already in a better place if you have contributed something major to a popular open source library, if you have topped a competition and open sourced your solution, because that not only shows how good your ideas are, but also it shows that you can take those ideas and put them to practice for something meaningful and real world. And if you have already written machine learning specific things with unmatched clarity, it shows how good your communication skills are and how clearly you understand a particular topic. And if you have maintained a popular open source machine learning library on a consistent basis, then also it somehow reflects your leadership qualities and also your commitment to the long-term cause of open source development. Basically, anything and everything that uniquely positions you solely for your abilities. But also, don't go too hard on yourself. If it wears you out, that is definitely not something desirable. So always remember, perseverance and consistency are keys. You might not be able to implement something right off the bat today. So the idea here is to, have some perseverance and consistency in your pipeline and continue to stick at it. That's where we shine as machine learning practitioners. Give yourself enough time to reflect back and question the purpose of why you started machine learning practitioner in the first place. Is it really your thing? And also be in it just for the fun and excitement primarily, because once you start doing that, nothing feels like too much of work. And finally, I wanted to leave you with this thought that I find to be extremely relevant for channelizing what I feel about open source. So I'm just going to read it. It's from Francois Chollet. I think an important part of life satisfaction is to find things that really motivate you and then pursue them uncompromisingly. You won't do great work by constantly forcing yourself to do things that don't genuinely excite you. And if you haven't found it out, keep exploring. So the idea is one will never be able to beat your self drive. So just stick at it. In this session, hopefully I was able to convince you that open source is mutually beneficial for you, and don't hesitate to reach out with questions. Thank you for attending. And now I would like to hand it off to Shormishta.
Thank you, Shayok, for your wonderful presentation. Now I'm here to talk about exploring end-to-end principles for democratization of AI ML. So let's get started. So I'm Sharmishta. I work at Publicis Sapient as a senior manager of data sciences, where I lead the digital transformation of clients using AI ML. I'm also a Google developer expert in AI ML and cloud. So what do we see here, that how do we make AI ML or data available to everyone? That is what is democratization. Then we will see how Google is helping us with the Google technologies. We'll see the importance of explainability and ethics, that are the hardcore brains or the pillars behind democratization. One case study, and also how do we make a better environment by making AI democratized to everybody. So, as we know that we are trying to make AI, ML, and data accessible to everyone, we are seeing there are certain challenges in terms of talent, right technology, or be it a platform that can run in productions. And even we are close to making people educated about this. We are thinking that we are we are falling far short behind. It's only 38%, 34% of the AI that has been adapted in manufacturing sectors, automobile, or in supply chain, and that's across all the major countries or all the major continents of the globe. But the adaptation of Google AI solutions, the personalized solutions that are possible with AI ML and Google Cloud, we are seeing that's getting increased. And even though that is getting increased and the revenue is getting increased, as you can see from the graph, but there remains short of educating people and the right talent, finding the right talent who can ensure that the solution is deployed in a flexible manner with reduced time, with a enhanced model lifecycle and collaboration. So that is what I'm going to talk about, some of the principles that you should always keep in mind while putting a AI solution in the cloud. So, so what we are going to see here? So we will see that how we can achieve rapid iteration and efficient development using TensorFlow Enterprise. Mostly the TensorFlow serving networks and some of the evaluation techniques and tools of which ethical AI and explainability are the major components, so that the AI ML solution which you are working on or you are developing are getting used in a major customer setting, and people who are like you, AI ML engineer or data analysts or data engineers, are more comfortable in applying those principles to make it available for the client. And that's why we see that the tools and technologies that Google has developed, and we are using it in the platform like the GCP, is how can it help us in building a robust AI ML solution that is scalable and that can be accessible by everyone within a fraction of millisecond. So let's start off with some of the principles that we should always keep in mind. So we should remember the data source mapping. So what are the data that are coming in the ingestion network? So what are the different sources? How do we assimilate them? And what are the accounting techniques? Who has access to which data? So below you will see some of the tools that are available in GCP like CloudAM, BigQuery. So you may go into some of these tools in details, but the basic thing remains that you have to keep in this 6 or 7 principles in mind while designing your solution. So how do you deal with the data silo? So there are a lot of data coming from different places. How do you ingest them to the source mapping, and how do you ensure that the silos data when integrated have the right privacy mechanisms incorporated? How do we ensure the data and model governance? So how the model is improving over time? So what is the data lineage? So how the same data have changed their fields over time, and in what fashion, in what scale? So we have to take into consideration all these important things while designing our ML model. So we also need to ensure the management of data. Are we complying to all the privacy laws like HIPAA, GDPR? Then we have the middleware strategy. How do we expose our models through APIs and accessibility? And at the end of the day, if we are able to achieve that, what we get is speed, access, purpose, competitiveness, and agility. So our machine learning model is a very fast, robust AI solution that is deployed and that is can be used uninterruptedly by anyone, be it on mobile or be it on web. Okay, so when we are thinking about democratizing AI ML, what are the principal things that we should keep in mind? So we should also always keep in mind the principles are people, talent, and the right tools. So when we are democratizing it, are we using the right logging and monitoring techniques? So whenever our model is not behaving accurately, do we get the automated notifications through cloud or any TensorFlow serving networks that we can correct the model, we can retrain the model, and it's up in production within milliseconds without having any downtime? And what are the right mechanisms that we ensure all our compliance and regulatory frameworks we are adhering to our models, because we will be handling very sensitive customer data? So are we compliant to all this? And that's how that GCP and frameworks provide that the DLP, that loss prevention, like personal sensitive data, there is no leakage to the external world. And even when they are doing that, we should ensure that the production, the solution abides by regulations and it is most ethical. Nobody can challenge us. So here you see some of this. We have already talked about the modules, the evaluation, that we evaluate different metrics and we get the model exposed to the external API, and it could be the endpoints could be batch, or it could be a single it could be a single endpoint, and the predictions can be in batch or a single point prediction. What we need to ensure is to ensure have model governance. We have mechanisms of monitoring the metrics. Are we incorporating auto ML into our solution? How do we do the training? How do we do a transform our data sets? So our data sets may not have a proper scaling attached to it. Like I mean to say, the data may be too skewed. The data can be having a lot of negative missing values. What are we doing to apply to make it correct, so that the model can be trained and the right outcome can be predicted? So that's what the Google Cloud is providing us, from ingestion, analysis, transformation, training, tracking, evaluation, deployment. So we'll see some of the tools for deployment to monitoring. And here, the most important that Google has come up with recently is the model management platform, that is the Vertex AI. It has inbuilt AutoML, feature store, hyperparameter tuning, automated A/B testing, and model deployment. So you can run your model, test your model, and you can do hyperparameter tuning to achieve the best results. And nevertheless, you are not stopped here. You can merge different features, create different features. You have the option of creating feature stores. You have the option of collaborating with different teams to take your different features into consideration and build a model, test it, evaluate it, and do A/B testing on top of it. So so which percentage of users are getting uplifted by using your model. So that's how the Vertex AI has been becoming so useful tool in the machine learning ecosystem. And that's another, like the orchestration frameworks. So we have seen that TensorFlow serving is one of the most important mechanisms of how you can expose your models to API. And whenever, even if you want to retrain and redeploy your models, the API just has no downtime. there is an automatic versioning of models. So if you're going with n versions, all the data, all the lineage, model lineage gets stored. Only thing is, just the model gets auto refreshed. And when you're doing this TensorFlow serving, keep in mind that you can also plug in this with Kubeflow pipelines, or you can do that, build other orchestrations on top of it. Like you can use Apache Airflow or Apache Beam, and they all support seamless integration of our AI ML models. And this, if you can see here, is just a one line of a like a command that you may need to use that to deploy your model to this TensorFlow server. And that's the evaluation we have talked about. You can see, you can attach different number of experiments you want to run. What are the metrics of are you want to looking for AUC ROC, or you're looking for precision recall? You can just have a quick look on the graphs, and you can tweak your model accordingly. And also, if needed, you can rework on the transformation pipelines to create new features, or to normalize or standardize your features. That's how it works. Now, it's a very important thing that we understand what is explainability and ethics, because they are the pillars of AI democratization. The key pointers remains fairness, reliability, and accuracy. Of course, we cannot sacrifice this. The privacy, security part of it, we are compliant to all the laws. The dynamicity of our models, and the sustainability. We cannot do wrong to the environment. And when we do that, we will be negatively impacted by the environment changes. So our thing is to we treat everybody similarly, irrespective of gender, race, ethnicity. Any model should treat everybody equally, remove the bias, and we should accomplish all these things in a very fast manner with agility. So what are the things that we should do in order to achieve this? So you can see that there is a what if tool that if you plug in with your TensorFlow evaluator model, you can see in the X-ray image there is some marks, but we cannot understand why the mark is coming. Is there something wrong in the patient's actual X-ray inside the heart, inside the neck, or inside the bones? Is there anything wrong? So how does explainability help us? Explainability will help you to understand that's not a mark coming out of the X-ray, but that is mark coming out because of a pen the radiologist has put. That's how it is so much important it is that we are able to audit our models, and we are able to explain the skewness of the features, the distribution, entire distribution, and how we count that I am going to take this n features out of say x features into my model. So yeah, so you can here you can see, you can use what if tool, you can use explainable AI. All this are plugged in with the vertex AI, which we have talked about. We evaluate our models constantly, and through this we evolve our entire solution. And you can also see that you can use the gradient method in the fairness evaluation. Well, there are a number of mechanisms. You can just specify in a single line. It's like a command line. You can go through it and specify which method you are going to evaluate, and it will be done within a minute as soon as you type the command. Yes. And at the end of the day, we are not looking at we getting higher accuracy for any specific race or ethnicity. We have to have the correct error rates for all the groups of data, all the groups of people's data we have, whether light skin, dark skin, male, female, or somebody who is employed, unemployed, or somebody is old, or somebody is young. And that's how we, using Google technologies, aim to have remove the disparate impact, LGBT community, the amount of harm we are doing to the LGBT community data in giving loans or giving them houses for rent. So we wish to remove all those biases through our solutions. So this is one case study with the key features using to predict how much oxygen you will need during COVID, right? And so what we have done is the explanation of the features when we take into integrate the data from the different hospitals. Are we again adhering to the principles of privacy, so that medical record is very sensitive and we are not exposing them to the outside world, removing the biases, explaining the skewness, having the right accuracy, and doing predicting in within the stipulated time. We cannot take too much time to predict, and that's how we do in a collaborative manner, taking data from different sources, that is the hospitals. That is how we achieve that using the Google's federated learning framework. Here is the example. And Google has also has that the Google Cloud also has the healthcare data protection toolkit, which will give you applying how do you use the cloud resources, store healthcare data with all the regulations being abided, including protected health informations, that the PMI health information data. And that's how you can also use Google's TensorFlow deep learning networks and apply transfer learning, applying the models that you have been used in one place and same domain. If it is another place we see in another hospital or in another patients, in few patients we see that the same kind of case can be translated, we can train the models. And here, as you can see here, change the last few layers and retain the last few layers and apply transfer learning to that. That's how we can make AI more accessible to everybody, taking data from one trained piece, applying to another trained piece, having the same domain context. And sustainability, like how we focus on, when we are at the end of the day, when our TransferFoot enterprise works, we are choosing some data centers where we are going to deploy our solutions, so use less energy, have zero net emissions. And that's the aim of Google, so that we can have carbon free energy by 2030. So we as developers should be very much conscious that how much deep learning models are emitting those energies. And unless and until it is very much needed, we don't need to train all the layers. Apply transfer learning, apply the best learnings through normal gradient boosting, and then go to complex neural networks. So that we need to be very much skeptical about the amount of emissions that we are having in the network. So key considerations: evaluate a carbon neutral option, estimate the carbon net emissions from your solution, architect it, have the right data center, report your gross emissions, and optimize your application. This goes on phases, and some of the examples you would like to look at: choose Finland and not Frankfurt. Choose Iowa, not Northern Virginia. And where do you run your models? Again, that have batch predictions, batch jobs, set organization policies, pick a lower carbon region. The same things goes again. Concluding thoughts: that how Google is helping us. So not only Google is collaborating with specialized chipset makers like Intel. Google is helping us to build our own data sets and put it into the marketplace, the developer friendly tools, the open source tools that we have from Google, the AutoML, you can just download and plug it with your code. The platform, the highly scalable computing platform using TPUs, GPUs. So that's how Google is helping us. Some of the samples for fairness, TensorBoard, AdaNet is kind of an AutoML framework we would take a look at. And the last few, I would say, questions that people might be asking. So what are the common challenges in creating ML pipelines, having ethics and sustainability in mind? So it's a very skeptical questions, and as well as a very, we need to be very much aware of the different parameters. So normal machine learning models metrics, as well as the ethics and sustainability metrics. There is no single metric to evaluate your solution. So we have to be very knowledgeable about all the different metrics possible, like sustainability, carbon emission metric, ethics, fairness metrics for different groups, and check it with all the different tools that Google is providing. What if tool, the carbon emission, net carbon emission from the picking the correct region, and see that we are complying to all this. That makes our solution robust and accessible for everyone without harming everyone. That is most important, having the right environmental effect. And the next question that you will be thinking: are there any frameworks for testing hybrid models? Like if I talked about transfer learning, I talked about like federated learning. So is there any system up that we can just deploy and test the fairness metrics, privacy metrics? There are some solutions or open source tools available like Pipesheet, which uses TensorFlow. But again, based on your business logic, you need to add add-ons or plugins to that will be helping you to check the metrics and see that you are achieving the right trade-off. You're not compromising accuracy, nor you are losing your fairness or privacy. Thank you.
That was terrific. Highly trained by the experts, just like they train their models and data. What say people?
Well, they are just busy like me in digesting all that crazy AI ML insights that we just witnessed. Anyways, before we proceed, let's have a look at the job offerings by the following companies. We have Niveus, iView, DX, Bird Vision with their job openings. So just do not miss the opportunity and head over to devfestindia.com/partners for more details. Also, just a quick disclaimer, while we are inviting recruiters to DevFest 2021, we do not guarantee that you will get a job or an internship. DevFest India 2021 organizing team is not responsible for any offers made during or after the DevFest. The main motive behind the inviting the recruiters is to connect them with the attendees who might have the skills they are looking for. One good thing is that we have 1,000 plus job listings for our attendees. So just stay tuned, everyone. Also, we will be announcing the procedure for receiving the Quick Life credits and certificate of participation from DevFest. Well, Vanchita, getting back to our discussion, I was just wondering how did my machine didn't learn when I was continuously reciting algorithms in front of it? This drives me crazy.
That's just because you didn't testify your knowledge. If you would have attended this expert session previously, you would have been a lot better. Well, it's not late though. Let's just testify to us and all see what we have grabbed from this session and win some super cool goodies and swags. Yay! So everyone, be ready as we are beginning with our icebreaker activity. For participating in the quiz, just go to the link as it is shown on the screen. Please note that you will be only having 5 minutes to complete the quiz. All the best!
All the best. Hi, folks. Currently, we just came to know that I guess we had the a bit of a technical glitch and we had the wrong quiz link uploaded over here. We will be updating the quiz link, and instead of bit.ly mlquiz2, we have bit.ly mlquiz3.
Yeah, and that will be floated in the chat. So all the people, please head over the chat to get the correct link of the quiz, and you will be given 5 minutes more to attempt the quiz. No, so no worries. There's no time problem that will be happening to you all.
So, folks, let me repeat it once again. For those who are not able to log into the quiz, the correct link is bit.ly slash ml slash dash quiz dash 3. It's not 2, it's 3 instead. Thank you.
And it is also there in the chat, YouTube live chat. You can also go and see there and attempt the correct quiz. Don't worry about the time, guys. There will be the extra time given to you all. So no worries about that.
Well, I just lost my point for not answering the correct ones. I think I'm not gonna win those school goodies.
No worries, Aryan. Let's spare those swags for the audience first. And if you still want to win it, we have many more such activities planned ahead as well. And if you get them right next time, I assure you, full swags are on your way.
Sure. Looking forward to winning it the next time. Until then, let me just tell you, Vanchita, today I was just buying something for my family and I couldn't due to the failed payment and its breakage. Believe me, there were some big complications at the payment integration and something like that. It was too disturbing, anyways.
Oh, I have also experienced something similar in past. Maybe I think there's lesser information for developers out there who implement payments on the internet.
Well, I guess DevFest team identified this real quick and have got us covered today for this crucially important session which dives deep into advancing your website with payment integrations and ML VR. But before heading over to our next session, we have winners for the Web Practice Day 2. Once again, congrats to all the winners. We are so excited to see the bunch of swags coming your way. We will be having more such icebreakers. Also, so just so you all do not miss it, we all will be posting the names of the winners on our social handles as well. Keep following us until then. Keep tweeting and tagging us using the hashtags DevFestIndia and hashtag Let's Grow Together.
Getting back to our discussion, of course, in this session today, we will learn how to enable web payment capabilities for our application with the help of Google Pay API. Additionally, you will also learn how one can leverage the power of ML, AR, VR in e-commerce application using TensorFlow JS and Webflow XR. And for this session, we are having Ankit Sharma. He is a SD3 from Cisco Systems. Also, we have Hiren. He is working as senior tech lead at iBase India. He is also a tech author, blogger, speaker. He's a co-organizer at GDG Ahmedabad and Laravel Live Ahmedabad. Let's proceed with having them on the screen. Here we go. Over to you.
Hi, welcome to my talk. My name is Ankit and I am currently working with Cisco Systems as a software engineer. In this talk, we are going to learn how to enable web payments capabilities for your web application with the help of Google Pay API. Let us understand what is web payments. Web payments is an emerging web standard which is being developed by the W3C to simplify online payments. The standards are flexible. They work with various types of payment systems and are intended to work on any browser on any device, payment methods or payment service provider. So let us understand the benefits of web payments. For consumers, they simplify checkout flow by making it a few taps instead of typing small characters many times on a virtual keyboard. For merchants, they make it easier to implement with a variety of payment options already filtered for the customer. For payment handlers, they allow bringing any type of payment methods to the web with relatively easy integration. And for payment service providers, they bring new payment methods and enhance the ability of business to serve more customers with a better developer experience and more secure solution. The three important principles of web payments are standard and open, which means web payments are an open payment standard for the web platform for the first time in history. They are available for any players to implement. The next one will be easy and consistent. Web payments make checkout easy for the user by reusing stored payments and address information and removing the need for the user to fill in the checkout forms. Since the UI is implemented by the browser natively, users see a familiar and consistent checkout experience on any website that make use of this standard. And finally, it is secure and flexible, which means web payments provide industry-leading payment technology to the web and can easily integrate a secure payment solution. Now let us explore the Google Pay API. The Google Pay API facilitates fast and easy online purchase. With the API setup, shoppers don't have to manually enter their payment information on your site. Instead, their payment information such as their name, email ID, billing and shipping address, credit card information are already pre-entered in a payment selection dialog that is displayed to the shopper. When the shopper selects their payment type, the API returns the payment information through a supported payment gateway, or it's directly processed on your encrypted secure server. With the help of Google Pay API, you can offer a one-touch checkout experience to hundreds of millions of Google users who have their credit or debit card payment information stored in their Google accounts. The Google Pay API is supported on Google Chrome, Mozilla Firefox, Apple Safari, Microsoft Edge, Opera, and UC browser. Let us understand how Google Pay API works. When a user clicks the Google Pay payment button, they will see a payment sheet that displays the payment method saved in their Google account, as well as optional fields such as shipping address field. User can quickly select a payment method, add a optional shipping address or a new information. Then the payment flow as follow. The first step, the user clicks on the Google Pay payment button and sees a payment sheet with a list of supported payment method. The user select a payment method and Google Pay securely returns a payment token for that method to your website. Your website submits the payment token along with details about the purchase to its backend. And finally, to execute the payment, the backend processes the purchase and sends the payment token to the payment service provider. Now we will learn how can we integrate the Google Pay API into our web application. So this will consist of total of 9 steps. We are going to see each steps in detail. So in step 1, we will declare the version of Google Pay API that your site uses. The major and minor version are required in the fields of each parsed object and are included in the response. In next step, Google encrypts information about a payer selected card for secure processing by a payment provider. Request the payment token with the appropriate value of the gateway and gateway merchant ID for your payment provider. The payment gateway tokenization type is the most common merchant implementation of the card payment method in the Google Pay API. Then we will define the card networks accepted by your website. The Google Pay API might return card on file with Google that is PAN only, or a device token on an Android device that is authenticated with a 3D secure cryptogram that is Cryptogram 3DS. In the next step, to describe your allowed payment methods, we'll complete this step. First, combine your supported authentication method and supported card network in order to describe your site's support for the card payment method. Second, extend the base card payment method object to describe information you expect to be returned to your application. And finally, include a description of the tokenized payment data. To load the Google Pay API JavaScript library, follow these steps. First of all, include Google's hosted JavaScript on your page. Then after the Google Pay API JavaScript library loads, initialize a payment client object. Initial development using a test environment which returns dummy payment methods that are suitable for reference the structure of a payment response. In this environment, a selected payment method is not capable of a transaction. We are using only a dummy value which is provided by the Google API. To determine the readiness to pay with a Google Pay API, complete the following steps. Add your allowed payment method in your base request object. Then call is ready to pay function to determine if the Google Pay API is supported by the current device and browser of your specific payment method. Then we will add a Google Pay payment button to the web page, which encourages shopper to check out with payment methods that are supported by the Google Pay API to your website. To create a payment data request object, complete the following steps. First of all, we will build a JavaScript object that describes your website support for the Google Pay API. Then add a payment method supported by your application, such as any configuration of additional data that is expected in the response. Then we will define the total price and currency for a shopper to authorized. Finally, we'll provide an appropriate merchant name and merchant ID value. To register an event handler for user gestures, complete the following steps. First of all, register a click event handler for the purchase button. The event handler called load payment data immediately after it interacts with Google Pay payment button. After a Google user grants permission for your site to receive information about the user selected form of payment and optional contact data, handle the response from the Google Pay API. Extract the payment token from the payment data. If you implement a gateway integration, pass this token to your gateway without any modification, and then it will be handled by your gateway for the payment. Let us understand this with the help of a code sample. Okay, so we are in the code section now. This is our index.html file. At the bottom of the index.html file, I have added the Google Pay API. And on load, I am calling on Google Pay load method. I have also added a custom JavaScript file that is called webpayment.js, which I have written over there. The method on Google Pay loaded is inside webpayment.js. Let's see that. Here we have defined on Google Pay loaded method. So once the Google Pay loaded method is called, it will internally call add Google Pay button method. This add Google Pay button method will add a Google Pay button on our UI. So in a few minutes, we are going to see the demo. At that time, you will understand how this API is being called and how the button is being loaded. At the top, we have added allowed card networks where we are defining what kind of cards we are allowing for the payments. And then we have also defined allowed card auth methods where we are defining what kind of the authentication we are allowing for our cards. For the purpose of this demo, we have also added a get Google transaction info method. And here I am hard coding the data for the price of the object. However, in a real world application, you have to get this data from your user interaction via an event call. So here you can see I have defined the subtotal, the taxes, and the country code, and what kind of currency we are following, and what is the final price, and what is the label we are going to use. Similarly, to get shipping cost method will call to show me the shipping cost which is required. So here we have defined three kind of shipping cost: $0, $1.99, and $10. So these are the dummy data. We can use real data when we are going to integrate with a real world application. So let us move to our browser and see this in action. So here we are at our application, and there is a checkout button at the top. If you click on the checkout button, you can see that there is a button called buy with GPay. So this button has been added by our code. Now, if I click on this button, you will see there is a pop-up opened. And in this pop-up on the top, you can see I have logged in with my Gmail ID. So if you have not logged in, the first thing it will ask you to log in with your Gmail ID. So I have already logged in. That's why it is showing my Gmail ID. Then it will show my stored cards. Right now, these are the dummy data which we are getting from the Google Pay API. However, if you log in and add a card in your Google account, those will come here. Here you can see all the allowed cards which we have selected, such as Visa, MasterCard, Discover, Amex, etc. So let me select MasterCard from here. Then similarly, we have a set of dummy shipping addresses. So US user, Australian user, Brazilian user, you can use any one of them. So these dummy value are provided by the Google Pay API so that we can test this API in our developer environment. However, in a real world scenario, the address will come from the user's Gmail ID, which they have stored in their Google account. So let me select the Australian user from here. Now at this point of time, we can say that we have already logged in with our Gmail. We have selected the payment method, and we have also selected the delivery address. Now, here we have a shipping method selection. Now there are three options provided. As you can recall from the code, I showed you that we have defined three methods for the shipping. So one is free shipping, standard shipping. It will not cost you any extra. If you click on standard shipping, it will charge you $199 extra. So if I select this, you can see that this total will change. Similarly, if I select on express shipping, the total will change to $29, which is the $19 plus $10 extra. Now there is a small icon over here, I. If I click on this, I can see the order details. Here you can see the subtotal is $18, the tax is $1, and shipping cost is 10, and total is $29. So that is how we can get the details of the orders also, and it is very much useful for the consumer to know what they are paying for and how they are paying for. What is their payment breakup also. Now, finally, we will click on the pay button. Once we click on the pay button, the payments request will be sent to our API, and then we'll open the tool console and we'll see the response from the API. So here you can see it is sending the response, and here you can see it is sending the information of the card. It is also sending us the tokenized data, and it is also sending us the shipping address, the shipping options data, and all this data we will process it to the backend, and then backend will take this token and then it will send to our payment gateway, and the payment gateway will process our payment for the application. So that is all about the demo. Thank you for joining for this demo. Over to you, Hiren.
Thank you, Ankit. Hello, everyone. My name is Hiren Dave. I am working as a senior technical lead in IBST India, and I am also the co-organizer of GDG Ahmedabad. I'm very excited to be here today in front of all of you folks and to share my knowledge about some of the pretty cool technologies in the web domain. So let's start with the session. Our session for today is about how you can leverage the power of machine learning, augmented reality, and virtual reality in your web application. Okay, so this will be our session agenda for the day. First, we will see how to add machine learning in your web application. Then we will see some practical usages of machine learning in e-commerce application by some demos. Then we will see how you can add augmented reality and virtual reality to your web application. And also we see some of the practical usage along with the demos for AR, VR in your e-commerce application. So now let's talk about how we can add machine learning in your web application. Why machine learning in JavaScript? I'm sure that all of you must have a question that for machine learning, I have to learn Python and TensorFlow and so many other things which are there in the machine learning things and all. So it's not like that. Now also the machine learning is possible with the JavaScript. And these are some reasons why the machine learning in the JavaScript is pretty much easy and pretty much straightforward. First thing, no drivers, no install. If you talk with your colleagues or friends who are primarily into the domain of machine learning, if you talk with them, they would say that, okay, for the machine learning, you have to install so many things. You have to configure the drivers and you have to install the libraries by using PEEP3 and, so many things are there. But when you are working with the JavaScript, you don't need anything. Second thing, it is highly interactive. Why it is highly interactive? Because the JavaScript is running into web browser. And when you are working with the web browser, you can interact with them. You can click on your web pages. You can, if you are working on the touch screen, then you can touch it and have an interaction with your web pages and all. Also, you have an access to sensors. Let's say, for example, if you are using the mobile web application, then you have an access to the sensors like the gyroscope, the GPS, the location, all kind of sensors are there. Also, it can work offline. Yes, the reason is when your JavaScript is loaded and when your model and everything is loaded in your browser, and even if you lost the connectivity, you can still work offline in your web application. And the last but very important reason is web is everywhere. Now, as you all know that, nowadays, most of the platforms are there, but still web is kind of a dominating platform everywhere, be it a desktop, be it a laptop, be it IoT devices, be it a mobile phone, even, the tablets and all, everywhere the web is available. So that's why the machine learning, if you have created a machine learning application in JavaScript, you can run it on any of the platform where the web is available. Okay, now let's talk about a very pretty much good library, TensorFlow.js, right? It's a machine learning library for the JavaScript. It is created by Google and maintained by Google. You can use TensorFlow.js either in the browser or using the Node.js. You can work with TensorFlow.js in a three-way. One, you can run the existing model. Second, if you have the existing model and if you want to retrain with some of the data, you can also do that. Or you can create a new model in the JavaScript. We will see these things in the demos where we will create one model and run it. And also we will see how you can run the existing model. But the TensorFlow JS library is the one which is widely used for machine learning in the browser with the JavaScript. How to add TensorFlow JS in your web application? It's pretty straightforward, as we discussed earlier, that you don't have to install, you don't have to do anything. Just add the TensorFlow JS library in your script tag and done. You have the library available, and now you can start creating the models and all. Also, if you are working with, let's say, Node.js or NPM, right, this is how you can add TensorFlow JS in your application. There's a command yarn add TensorFlow JS /tfjs, or if you're using NPM, then you can just use NPM install and then your TensorFlow JS is added. So that's a pretty straightforward thing. If you're using a web or if you're using with Node.js, you just have to install the TensorFlow JS library like this, and you are ready with creating the machine learning application in the web. Now let's see some of the practical usages of machine learning in the e-commerce app. You can build a model that can recommend a product. Now, most of the time when you are browsing through your e-commerce application, you might see when you are on a particular product page, you might see some of the related products over there. Now you can automate and you can have the more accuracy in terms of showing the recommended product to the end customer by creating a model that can predict the recommended product for the user. Also, you can do the image recognition and processing. You might have seen nowadays, most of the e-commerce applications are giving you an option for the photo search. Let's say if you are searching for a product, upload a photo and the application will show the relevant product for that. Also, there is a chatbot you can create for your customer service and support. So that is like when you are creating a chatbot, it can handle the basic queries from the customers. Also, you can personalize the content for the end user. Now, when a particular user is browsing through your e-commerce application, he or she might be interested in only and only few products. Now, you can build a model in the machine learning. Now, you can build a model in the TensorFlow JS, and you can predict the personalized content for the end user, so that end user don't have to find anything. They can just come on your website or web application and they have the relevant content for them. So that is a pretty good experience for them. Also, you can do a prediction about the customers. Also, you can optimize your site search, and also you can have the fraud protection. So these are some practical usages of machine learning in e-commerce application, and this you can build with the TensorFlow JS or any other library. But yeah, we are talking about TensorFlow JS. So this all usages you can implement in the this all usages you can implement by using TensorFlow JS. All right, now let's see some of the cool demos of the TensorFlow JS. Okay, so now let's see a demo of machine learning with the TensorFlow JS in our web application. We have created a very simple chatbot by using the TensorFlow JS, where you can ask some question to the bot and bot will reply you. I'm asking a question: who is author of Harry Potter? And see, it gives an answer that J.K. Rowling. Just to give you an example, what we have done is we have created this kind of data and we have trained our machine learning model on that. So we are using this data to train and machine learning model. We are using a simple sequential model to train the data. And once user click on ask the question, we are checking the most accurate answer, and then we are displaying into the box. So because the data is not that big, sometimes it is giving the wrong answer. So that is but this is how you can create a chatbot by using a TensorFlow JS. Now let's see the second demo. The second demo is about the image recognition. So we can try and recognize the image via the webcam. So I'm starting my webcam. Okay, and I'm clicking on predict. So in a moment it will start the webcam. Okay, and as you can see, it has identified the product. I'm wearing a DevFest t-shirt, so it is identifying that as a jersey or t-shirt. Now, right, so this is how This is how you can use the image classification by using the TensorFlow JS. And you can use this to identify the image and show the relevant products, something like that. So you can do that. Now let's see. So this was the demo about the machine learning. Now let's talk about augmented reality and virtual reality in the web. So first, let's understand what is the augmented reality. AR means enhanced version of the real world. So that means you are putting an virtual object into the real world. And that's what the second line says. Add virtual and digital content in the real world. When I say digital content, it can be anything. It can be the object, it can be the text, it can be images, videos, anything can be there. You can enhance the reality with the interactive digital content. When we say interactive digital content, that means when you are using augmented reality application, user can interact with. Let's say, for example, you have rendered a 3D model, and then user can flip through the 3D model, can zoom in, zoom out, can change the angle, and can view the 3D model. So that's how it is interactive. And as we discussed, digital content can be audio, graphics, 3D content, or any other virtual enhancements. So this is all about the augmented reality. Now let's talk about virtual reality. VR means an artificial environment created by the code. So the name itself says the virtual, that means it's virtual. So we are creating a fake world or a virtual world by using the code. So let's say, for example, if you are rendering a room, or let's say you are rendering an office, or any of the object, it is pure virtual, it is created by code. There is nothing real in that. So that's how you are creating a virtual reality. It simulates the real world in the environment. Now we have seen lots of practical usage of virtual reality, like there is a flight simulators, and there's a driver simulators, and so many things. It is giving you a real world experience, but in a virtual way. And VR takes the user inside the experience. Of course, like many of you might have interacted with the VR headset, where you can use the VR headset on your eyes, and then you can enter into the virtual world, and you can just have a feeling like you are into the real world. You can walk through it, you can change the angle, and so many things you can do with the virtual experience. In a simple words, it's totally artificial. As we have said, it is created by code, so it is 100% artificial. Nothing is real. Okay, now let's talk about WebXR. So WebXR was recently introduced, and it is maintained and developed by Google and Mozilla both. So WebXR, that means X stands for both AR and VR. So it's kind of mixed reality. It's kind of augmented reality, virtual reality, and mixed reality. So X can be anything. It brings both AR and VR to web. Together, it is referred to as mixed reality or the cross reality. WebXR is nothing but it's a device API specification, and it provides a way to access an AR VR devices. And using it, you can add AR VR experiences to the web. So let me just clarify what exactly the WebXR and what exactly it is not. WebXR is a device API specification. It allows you to add AR VR experience to the web. It is not a rendering engine, or it is not a rendering library. So using an WebXR, you cannot render 3D object. You cannot create you cannot create your 3D models. You cannot create any digital content, and it's not the rendering library, but it's an device API. So it allows you to bring AR VR experiences to the web. So using this, you can along with the WebXR, you can use some of the JavaScript framework, right, which is built on top of WebXR to create AR and VR application in your. It's an API specification. It's not the rendering library, or it's not the 3D model creating library. You can create 3D model in other library like Unity 3D or anything else, or any other platform, and then you can use it along with the framework, like along with the framework and all. So now let's talk about some of the important aspect of the WebXR. The one is the field of view. Now it defines the extent to which user is able to see the environment. So let's say if you are into the virtual environment, it defines to what extent user can see the environment. Now, if we talk about human eye can take in field of view around 135 degree, and two eyes field of view overlap each other, hence total field of view is around 200 to 220 degree. Now this is important to keep a note, so that when you are creating your AR or VR application, your field of view should be into this range, so that your user can experience the content what you have created. Now another important aspect of WebXR is the degree of freedom. It defines the freedom of movement in the virtual world, and it defines the rotational movement and translational movement. So when you are using a VR headset on your eyes, then these are the the transitions, like you can yaw, you can pitch, and you can roll. So when we say yaw, that means moving your head left to right. Pitch means up and down, kind of. So these are the degree of freedom. So again, there is a restriction. Human As a human, we cannot bend our neck up to some extent. So this is the degree of freedom which you have to consider when you are creating any AR VR application with the WebXR. When you are creating a WebXR, this is the normal application lifecycle. First, you have to check if the browser or the device supports XR or not. Not all the browsers and not all the devices are yet ready for WebXR. So it's very important to check for it. And if it is not supported, you have to prompt a user that your browser or your device is not supported. And you have to show a proper message over there. Second thing, check if WebXR API is available, which is the navigator.xr. This is again important to check. If the WebXR API is not available in your browser, then you cannot start your WebXR application. So it's good to check all these things before you start it. Third thing, first you have to check if existing session is available or not, or if the type of session which you want to create is supported or not. So there are a few type of sessions, like there is an immersive VR and immersive AR session. We will see in the code when we are going through the demos. But whatever the type of session which you want to create, you first have to check whether that session is supported on the browser or not. If yes, then you can add an interface to launch the session. So interface can be anything. It can be the 3D model. It can be your virtual object, anything. And then you can start the session. Once you start the session, user will see all that virtual world or augmented world what you have created with the code, and they can interact it with. They can work with it. And once they are done, then you have to end the session with XR session end. So this is the typical life cycle of WebXR application. These are some WebXR device API. This is just a few APIs what we have listed down. There are many more API which you can check on your that web page. That will we will see that web page in a later one. So these are the WebXR device API. Like we have the initialization, we have the session, we have the frame loop, then layers, views, pose, anchors. These are some WebXR device API, which is very, very important to use when you are creating the WebXR application. These are some framework which are built on top of WebXR. One is the 3.js. 3.js is again an open source framework, and Google and Mozilla is contributing to it. Using the 3.js, you can render a 3D model into your web application. Then we have the A-frame. So A-frame is like it provides you kind of a component, like for example the sphere or the layer or the cube, or there are so many components are available. So by using this A-frame library and the component, you can create your AR application. And there is one more JavaScript library called Babylon.js. It is also again providing the component and the APIs by using the WebXR. So using that also, you can create your AR or VR application. Now, these are some practical usages of AR VR in your e-commerce application. You can create in-store experience with the virtual store. Like you can create an virtual store and let the user roam through your virtual store by using this library. Also, you can create interactive user manual. So let's say you have some products which are very, very complex, and you want to give an interactive manual demo kind of thing, so that user can see how to use the product and all. So this is how you can render the 3D object of that particular product and provide the interactive user manual. Also, you can create a virtual try-on experience. Nowadays, it is very much common. Many of the web applications or many of the mobile applications are using that. So you can, before buying a product, you can see yourself how do you look in that particular product. So that's kind of a virtual try-on experience which you can create with AR and VR. All right. So now let's move to the demos of the WebXR. We will see some of the WebXR experiences in the demos. Now let's see the demo of AR and VR in your web application. So I have created one demo for the virtual bookstore. So right now the books what we are seeing on this page is kind of a list of the books. But let's say if you want to give your user a real-time experience about the bookstore, this is how you can do it. So I am using A-Frame for creating this. I just used a simple plain layer over here and rendered the book on the cube, and I can navigate through it. And as you can see, I have rendered 3 books over here and over there. I mean, this is how you can create the virtual experience. You can enhance it further by adding more layer to it and adding the 3D model of the book, something like that. You can use Three.js for rendering the 3D model of your book, and you can render it on your web application. So yeah, that's all about the demo of AR VR. Hope you liked it. Okay, so here are some references of the libraries what we have talked about in the session, and the demos what we have seen. You can go through these links and find out more details about these libraries. You will find more examples, more demos on this particular links. So go through it, check it out. You will get more knowledge about these libraries, and then you can use it for creating the AR, VR, and ML experience in your web application. So that's all about the session. Thank you very much for joining me. And now let's move towards the interview questions.
That was an amazing session, Hiren. Thank you for your session.
Hey Ankit, so I want to know some of the probable interview questions answer that can be faced by any person who is going to enter the interview for related to web payment. Okay, so the first question is, why should we use the web payments?
Sure, Hiren. Let me answer this question. Adding the web payment capabilities to our application provides us with a lot of benefits, such as simplified checkout flow for consumers, easy to implement payment option for merchants. They also allow us to bring any kind of payment methods to the web with relatively easy integration for payment handlers. They bring new payment methods for payment service providers. So that is why we can use web payments.
Okay, that was a good information, Ankit. Now, the second question which I have in my mind is, what are the 3 core principles of the web payments?
Yeah, so the first principle of web payment is standard and open. Web payments are an open payment standard for the web platform for the first time in history. They are available for any players to implement. The second principle is easy and consistent. Web payment makes checkout easy for the user by reusing stored payments and address information and removing the need for the user to fill in the checkout form. Since the UI is implemented by the browser natively, user can see a familiar and consistent checkout experience on any website that makes the use of a standard. And finally, it is secure and flexible. Web payment provides industry-leading payment technology to the web and can easily integrate a secure payment solution.
Okay, that was a good information, Ankit. One more question I want to know answer for that is, what is the payment flow of the Google Pay API?
Okay, so the payment flow of Google Pay API consists of following steps. First of all, the user clicks on the Google Pay payment button and see a payment sheet with a list of supported payment methods. Then the user selects a payment method and Google Pay securely returns a payment token for that method to your website. Then the website submits the payment token along with the details about the purchase to its backend. And finally, to execute the payment, the backend processes the purchase and sends the payment token to the payment service provider. So now it's my turn, Hiren. I will also, I am also interested to know what are some of the few important interview questions that a person going for ML and AR VR interview can be asked.
Sure.
So let
Okay.
us start with the first one. What are the primary uses of TensorFlow JS?
Okay, sure. So you can use TensorFlow JS in 3 different ways in your web application. One is that you can run the existing JavaScript model or convert the TensorFlow Python model to run the browser with Node.js. The second way is you can retrain the existing model with your own data. And the third way is that you can create the new model from scratch by using the TensorFlow JS APIs. So these are the 3 ways.
Oh, that's amazing. And next question I want to ask, how TensorFlow JS achieves good performance?
Okay, so basically TensorFlow JS are using the tensors, and the tensors are stored as a WebGL textures, and mathematical operations are implemented in the WebGL shader. So it's an hardware accelerated because of WebGL, and hence the TensorFlow JS achieves the really good performance.
Amazing. So finally, I want to ask how we can use WebXR in a browser.
Yeah, so basically the Mozilla WebXR team has created the WebXR API emulators browser extension, which is compatible with both Firefox and Chrome, and which actually emulates the WebXR API. So it is simulating a variety of compatible devices such as the HTC Vive, the Oculus Go, and the Oculus Quest, Samsung Gear, and the Google Cardboard. So this is how you can use WebXR in your browser.
So it was great interacting with you, Hiren, on the interview questions. So thank
Same
you
here.
everyone for joining, and thank you, Hiren, for your valuable time.
Thank you.
Finally, now I think that the developers who needed it, this session would have been a big help to them. Thanks to our super amazing experts, Ankit and Hiren.
Indeed, a lot helpful. I think we witnessed a web session from totally different perspective. So, Arin, what do you think? What are we having up next?
Vanchita, obviously, I'm not gonna implement my MLAR VR powers now, but yeah, we can have a quick activity and one more chance for you all to win over the coolest swags from DevFest 2021.
So, people, what are we waiting for? Let's jump on to another exciting quiz. For participating in the quiz, just go to the link as it is shown on the screen. Please note that you will only be having 5 minutes to complete the quiz. All the best, people.
Once again, we had a great time answering the quiz. I'm hoping that many of you would have got your maximum answers correct. Till you keep a check on your answers and upcoming sessions, we are ready to invite our next host for the day. We hope you enjoyed our company, hoping to see you all again. Until next time, this is me, Aryan Prakash Singh.
And me, Vanshita Singh, signing off. Over to you, Gaurav and Shachita. Bye bye, guys.
Hey, thanks Arendra and Vanchita. So, I hope you liked the first after day today. What about you, Sachita? Was it fun?
Well, I loved it. Hope you all enjoyed it as well. Let us know by typing in the comments section which part did you like the best.
Just write it down in the comment section, and we are just keeping an eye on it there. I see
Yeah.
a lot of people just typing up there in the chat there. Also, like many of people are just talking about the different sessions they have just liked up there. Well, just talking about me, I like the intro part to be the most fascinating one there. The way the journey, the egg took some journey there from moving to just a simple road to just being a part of the universe. Really, there isn't any limit to the imaginations there. Well, now just moving on to the today's ride there. Namaste, Sat Shri Akal, and a warm welcome to all of you here. This is me, Gaurav, the organizer of GDG New Delhi, currently also a software engineer at Tesco. I'm going to be your host for the day today. I have Sachita with me, who is the who is from the city of delicious food there, but like not much of it. I would be just having a competition from New Delhi there, but she's from Indore. She will be my co-host for the day today.
So, hello folks and namaste. I am Shachita Jain and I'm a co-organizer from GDG Cloud Indore and Women Techmakers Indore, currently working as a backend developer at Stashman. And I am all pumped up to be hosting the rest of the event. So, today marks the last day of the largest tech event in India, DevFest India 2021. But we still have so many things to be looking forward to. We have some great opportunities waiting to come right your way. So, without any further ado, let's just jump right into the session. So, Gaurav, tell me, did you ever find it difficult searching for a job or, say, negotiating your salary? Like you don't know how and you don't know how much to ask for.
Well, Sachita, yes, all the time. Being honest, like it's always a tough for me to tackle this one, as compared to like just I would just compare it to fixing a bug. Like it's also like it's more difficult for me there.
Right. So, well, don't you worry. We have our next session at your rescue. This session will help you make your journey of finding a job less stressful and more intentional. Also, do not forget that at the end of every session, we'll have some brownie points with respect to the questions that have been asked in the interviews. So, our speaker for this session is Siddharth K. So, Gaurav, will you do the honors of introducing him?
Yep, Sachita, I will do the honors there. Let me introduce Siddharth. He has around 8 years of experience as a product and user experience consultant, enabling teams, strategizing, and building products with conscious intention. Over to you, Siddharth.
Hello everyone, welcome to DevFest 2021. I'm Siddharth Gangadharan from GDG Coimbatore. I'm here to share like few tips and tricks to make your job hunting experience more efficient. Let's start the presentation. Finding a job could be interesting if you approach it like a journey, which you are prepared for. Let's dive in. It starts with understanding the needs and wants. You should be clear about the difference between the expectation and reality. Having a clear understanding of what you are heading to helps you plan better and also like focus your energy with stressless environment. It's okay to experiment, but you should be very intentional. You should not take things for granted in your way. With a better understanding, you can focus your energy efficiently. Here is something that you might help to put things into perspective. You might have heard about this word called ikigai, which roughly translates to reason for being. We as an individual has certain skills and the world needs certain needs. When both of these meets, there is a job which both fulfills your pay and also your satisfaction. Finding your niche and see what you can offer to the world for a pay, and what in turn you will become your hobbies or your contributions to the world. Don't worry, sometimes over a period of time, your hobbies might turn into your profession. You might have seen people doing training or video production as their full time job over a period of time. The first one is people. Who would you like to work with? This makes a huge difference. That too, when you are starting your career. Surround yourself with the people who you can learn from and who are interested in your growth. It is important to understand that you have a better understanding of yourself to pick the right people to work with, because some people need a push and some needs a pull. Having a clear understanding of this will help you to pick right people to work with, so that you surrounding yourself with the right people changes everything in your job hunting experience. Once you find the right set of people or the company to work for, then comes the purpose. When you have the right purpose, it makes all it's more but easier. For instance, purpose is food to your soul. When fills your tummy, because you can learn what you work at and how to work it at any point of your time. But knowing like why you are working for on something is very important right from the beginning to avoid disappointments and stress at the later point of the time. With people and purpose, we cannot ignore pay. As I said earlier, only pay can fill your belly. But be mindful that pay is an outcome, and outcome alone should not decide the deciding factor. One way to be mindful is know your financial needs and plan your finance better. This might itself might be a separate talk, but it's for some time later. To put in a short, always plan for your current needs like food, shelter, and your basic needs. And for the long term needs like savings or insurance also. So you have plan for both short term and also for the long term. A super bike might sound fancy, but be mindful and set the priorities right. We will deep dive into understanding the salary part a bit later, but to know about the people and the purpose of a company, these are few resources which you can go and check it out. For instance, you can go to the company's website and read about them. What is their vision? What is their goal? What is their purpose? What is the purpose of their existence, etc. And also, lot many companies write about blogs about the culture of the companies. You can go and check out their blogs too. And many companies are very open in the recent time that they publish everything on their social handles. Like Instagram, you can see like how the culture is and what people are working on and what is their social life is, etc. But be mindful that appearance may be sometimes deceptive. So that to like advance your understanding, go and check the reviews on Glassdoor or any other website which provides you with reviews of the current and previous employees of the companies. Similarly, if you have a chance, please go and talk to the current and previous employees of the company so that you have a much better understanding of what it is to work with so and so company. So now we have a clear about idea of like where we are heading to and what sort of people you are going to work with. Next is putting these things into action. So we know like what skill set is needed and what the companies are looking for. Now we need certain artifacts to show the world that you possess certain skills and also you are matching their needs. It's something similar to what companies are posting on their job pages. It's something like that. We are preparing either via a resume, a LinkedIn profile, a portfolio website, or a GitHub. You might have, I hope you have listened to the previous talk on the resume building. So I'm skipping that part. So having a good LinkedIn profile and also having a good portfolio website is an additional mileage booster in your journey. For instance, it actually differentiates you from the rest of the crowd. Having a clear, and also you may even launch your own products on Product Hunt. You can build your network. So these are the different ways wherein you sort of create your artifacts for the world to show in. Once you have these artifacts ready, next is more about signaling the world. Once you have these artifacts ready, it's time to signal the world. We may be well qualified, but unless and until we tell the world, it would be very hard for the opportunity to knock your door. So sending a right signal across is very, very important. So signaling can be done in two ways, either as an inbound or outbound. Outbound is where you reach actively to the companies, and inbound, the companies will reach back to you based upon the artifacts you put it in the world. Let's see in detail, like what are the different ways to create this outbound and inbound signals. So in outbound, you are very focused and targeted. You'll be reaching out to the companies which goes in line with your vision and your plan and where you find purposes on. So you can go directly to those companies' websites, career pages, and then you can apply. And also you can reach out to the recruiters on LinkedIn or any other platforms, and then you can show them what you are interested in and why you are interested in. And the other way to reach through outbound is using like niche job boards like Stack Overflow or Angel.co or Jobs.co or Internshala. So for instance, Hash Jobs and Angel.co is more focused on startups, wherein Internshala is more focused on internship. So the third way is like more using the conventional job search engines like LinkedIn, Naukri, or Glassdoor, etc. Though this might be like less efficient when compared to the other two outbound signaling methods, but still it works since many people are actively posting jobs on these platforms also. Once you're, it's always not necessary that you should reach out this way. You can also cast a wider net via inbound. Though inbound needs like a lot of effort, but it lets you, the results are like much more crispier and also sharper when you compare to the outbound signaling. For instance, you can create your own content in the forms of like blogs, channels, or talks, even GitHub repositories, contributing to open source platforms, etc. Or even like launching your own product on the product hunt. Even you can grow your networks with other developer communities, etc., so that people will reach back to you and there are right opportunities which matches it. It's much more efficient, but it's like needs a lot of patience and also a lot of hard work when compared to the outbound. Now we have sent out the signal and we hope we have received back some items. But before getting on to your first call with the recruiter, you should be always ready, and also you should be intentional right from the beginning of your first call. That makes a lot of your work much more easier and efficient, both for yourself and for the company which is looking for you. So now we will see like what are the things you should be prepared for. So knowing your value and your career plan is very, very important right from the beginning, because it will help you to navigate and also like reduce noises which you are receiving back from the signaling part, right? So you can ignore companies which doesn't go with your purpose or your value, or even you can ignore companies based upon your expectations of pay. So it makes your life much more easier. Rather than going and hunting for all the fishes, you can hunt for fishes which are you are focused on. So how do you calculate your value? So normally a company or a person can calculate values based upon certain factors like experience, like how much experience do you have in so and so field which you're looking to work for. Or an experience can be, if you're a fresher, the experience can be like your internship or your pet projects, or you are like hobby projects, etc. And then comes the education. Though education is not like a mandatory one, but it's good to have certain sort of education which backs up to your career which you are looking for, because most of the companies are still looking for your education also. And then comes the skill part. Skill parts doesn't depend upon your education, but skills are something which comes based upon the practice. For example, if you're a programmer, then your skill is about how efficient you are programming things, like how efficient you manage your memory, or how efficient or you are with your data structures and all things. And certifications, again, some companies certifications might add value to your profile. For example, Google Cloud certificates, etc., which shows like what you are saying, it's more like a proof for those things. And then location. Yeah, location also creates a lot of value, because the opportunities are dependent upon locations. Now, though with COVID, work from home has become like more like a norm in many places, location also plays a vital role when you are calculating your value. And finally, achievements. So if you have contributed actively in your communities, or if you have launched your own programs, or contributed through open source communities, please do show them also. All this will act as a differentiator when you are applying for a job. So once you know your value, the next important bit is to check with the reality. So to check with reality, you need to do a market research. So this market research can be easily done with websites like PayScale, AmbitionBox, or Glassdoor, wherein you go in and then enter different criteria like what education skill set you have, what experience you have, and then try to get like as many as data so that you can cross compare to meet your expectations and reality in check to the ground. Also, many communities like Stack Overflow and also like post job reports and PayScale reports often. Do keep an eye on that also, which will help you to again cross compare your expectations and the ground reality out in the market. Mostly negotiation on salary will be after your interview round, but having an idea of like what you are looking for helps you again in filtering out the noise which comes in your way. So once you know, you already have sent out the signal, you have received response for your signal back. Hopefully, you have completed all your technical and leadership interviews and other things well. Then when you get into negotiations, like be prepared. Now you have to prepare that who you are said to be. Since you are explicit and clear about your expectations earlier, the negotiation part might be a lot easier compared to if you have not done that previously. But be mindful about fixed salary, variable salary, employee stock ownership benefits, which you might discuss about the package. Each company has a different approach. So do a study or talk to someone and be prepared. Don't let the recruiters decide for you. Be mindful between the differentiation between the bargaining and negotiating. It's not you're buying something, you go and negotiate. Um, you'll often bargain in shops. You should not do that same with when you're applying for a job, right? It will often like create a negative impression on you, which you might lose like certain good companies if you do bargain because of the salary and pay. Be ethical. Don't take offers just for the sake of bargaining. Don't take multiple offers and then bargain. Like do, as I told you earlier, to negotiate. Be transparent. Tell them why you are interested in the particular job and clearly show them interest that you are ready to join. It's just not for getting offers and then like ditching them later. Don't do that. Thank you. If you have any questions or any feedback, reach out to me. My DMs are always open. Thank you. All the best.
Wow, that was an amazing session. I think I'm gaining much more confidence to crack this tough nut of job interviews. Thank you, Siddharth, for this for such an insightful session. Now it's time to move on to the one framework where like you can just build up all the cross-platform applications with just singleton code base. I think you guessed it right. It's Flutter. So let me share some quick facts about it. Do you know that Google Ads prototype, which was just built in just 1 week using this stack, and also the Flutter stack is used building the Google Pay app, which also helped their team to enhance the productivity by 20%. And trust me, that's huge. Like, yeah, that's huge there.
Wow, that's really huge. Well, this reminds me that we have winners for day two's Flutter quiz. So are you guys excited to see who all have won those amazing goodies?
Well,
Well, are
I'm
you
surely
excited,
excited
Gaurav?
here.
That's great. So am I. So here comes the list of all the winners. Congratulations to each and everyone who have won the prizes. The name of the winners will also be listed on our official website, and they'll be contacted by the DevFest India team via a congratulations email. So all of you keep an eye on your mailbox.
Congratulations, everyone. All right, let's move on to the next session of the day. So managing state in an application is one of the most important and the necessary process in the life cycle of an application. And in this session, we'll get to understand about state management and the scenario-based checking checklist that will help to choose state management in Flutter applications.
Wow. Also, do you know that this session will include some unseen strategies to crack your interviews based on state management related queries? So, the speakers for this session are Pawan Kumar and Kamal Shri.
Let me just
Gaurav, can
quickly
you
introduce
please
them there. So Pawan, talking about Pawan, he is a GDE, Google Developer Expert for Flutter, Firebase, and Dart. And also, he is a founder of Codepool.dev and creator of VelocityX.dev framework. To what my peers say, he is a superstar in Flutter community. So talking about Kamal Shri, she is also a GDE in Flutter and also a Google mentor at Startup Accelerator Program, India. She has 12 years of experience in web technologies, Android, Flutter, and Harmony OS. Over to you, Pawan and Kamal Shri.
Hi, I'm Kamal. Today I'll be talking about exploring the state management in Flutter. And today's agenda is pretty straightforward, where you would try to get in depth, straightforward, or cover all topics related to state management. So I have kind of divided the topics so that even if you're a beginner starting state management, you know where to start, what to understand before getting deep dive into the complex part of the state management. So, what are the prerequisite? And we also have a kind of a checklist that you need to know before you start looking for one. So, we are going to have today a lot about state management. So, stay tuned to know more about it. So, when I say deep dive, there are some crucial topics that you really need to know before even starting to know about state management, like the app state, ephemeral state, Flutter using declarative. What do I mean when I say Flutter is declarative? So, we need to know all these aspects. And there are also the simple state management like set state, inherited widget, and there are some complex approaches like block, provider, Redux, MobX. So we're going to try all this and see how it really fits in our project and how can we really use them. So all this is going to be a scenario based and not a theoretical front. So we have also covered the best and how to choose a state management. So we have a checklist. As I told you, we have a checklist. So, okay, this is my project. This is how the complexity it is. This are the APIs that I'm going to use. It's going to be database with the data flow in this particular format. Then what is things that I need to look for? Or what is the state management that I need to look for? So all your questions are going to be cleared out today. And also, we have an interesting session where we have interview questions. Because just talking about the topic, talking about scenario is not going to help you because you need to face an interview, right? You would come up with questions related to state management. So we're going to cover questions related to it, and you're going to see how you can really tackle them or handle it. All right, so let's get started. A disclaimer, so whatever or all views expressed in this session are my own views and they do not represent any entity. So the reason why I say is state management is a very hot and a complex topic and a topic of discussion. So I've tried all state management. Trust me, they all are good. Rather than saying good or best, these are my experience. So first thing I would say is learn and give it a try. Do not come to the judgmental front of it, saying, okay, this is, or don't start comparing state management. Give it a try. So you can start with a simple counter app and try all different state management techniques, whether it's a simple set state, Redux, MobX, and see the beauty of it and the difference. And then you can think as to which state management is going to fit your project needs. So I would say rather than stating the best state management, I would say use the phrase as which is favorable, which is applicable to your project, or which makes sense to your project. That is what is the technique for choosing a right management rather than telling this is the best or this is the worst. Do not use phrases like that. Well, whenever you build a project, the first thing that you have is there's so many aspects when you build a project, whether it's web or app. But in Flutter perspective, let me tell you. So first you have an idea, and then you have a UI and the backend. But in Flutter, we have another section which people actually kind of ignore in the beginning, which is the state management. So you need to give equal importance to state management as well, and which is the state you have to choose. Okay, this is the flow in my app. This is the backend that I'm using. This is the complexity of the project. This is the performance that I'm looking for. Then you have these tons of questions running, right? So then how am I going to manage the state of the app, which boils down to a very simple question. So that actually tells you how to choose the best technique. I'll not use the phrase saying best state management. I will say which is the best technique. So, as I told you, I have tons of questions. These are the few questions that I kind of came up when I really started Flutter. The moment I say I'm going to manage the state, who also needs to know what is state first? Why should I manage it? Why can't the framework really manage the state? Should I really do it? What are the different techniques? Which one to choose? Why not the best technique? Why not the latest one? Why should I always go for a different one, even though everybody keeps talking about this best technique? What if it does not work? Do I have to reverse this entire process? Is it going to be easy for me? Say, for example, I chose Block and I found it's really complex for my simple app. So it's going to be a complete rework for me. So you need to answer, or you need to have at least keep these questions in your mind before building an app. Flutter is declarative. So what does it really means? This means that Flutter builds its user interface to reflect the current state of your app. Simple as that, right? So let's break down further and see what exactly declarative. The focus is more on the desired output or the results, right? To cite you with an example, say you have a switch in your app, like a toggle screen. Say you have the dark mode and the light mode. So all it does is a black background with a white text and a white background with a dark text, right? So here what happens is here you change the states, and that triggers a draw or a redraw of the user interface. So there is no imperative change of the UI itself, like the widget dot set text if you're from an Android background. You change the state and the UI rebuilds from scratch. So what are the uses or pros of using a declarative? Mainly it's the reusability. There is only one code path for any state of the UI. You can describe what the UI should look like for any given state once, and that's it. So that's how Flutter is declarative. So there's this main formula which says, in order to understand Flutter being declarative, you need to understand this formula. When the state of the app changes, you change the state, and that triggers to select the current state of the app. So the UI change, the state UI rebuilds from scratch. Like, say, for example, the counter app. You have a plus icon, you click on it, it increments, and the state is changed. The UI is redrawn. And same when you decrement, that is when you click on the minus button, the state changes and the UI is redrawn. It's like calling the function with the state as the input and the UI as the return value. So the Flutter basically calls this function when you rebuild your widget. So that is how Flutter is being declarative, and you need to understand this particular formula. Now coming to ephemeral state. I would like to ask you a question, and you might think about it, or you might take some time to think about it. Do you really manage all state of your app? There's so many states in an app, right? Like, say, for example, a texture. Do you really maintain it, or do you manage it, or do you handle it? Definitely not. The framework kind of deals with it and it handles it. So there are few states that you manage yourself, and that is kind of bifurcated or divided into two segments. One is the app state and one is the FA formal state. Now when I say FA formal state, it has been implemented using state or set state. It can be done, and it's often called the local or a single widget, where you're just giving a data only to a particular widget and you're not giving it to the entire widget tree or your entire app. So let me cite you with a simple example. The ephemeral state is like your local state. It is very confined to a single widget. So in this case, do I need to use a state management technique to manage this state? Definitely not. It's not necessary, right? It's a very simple state, one widget, and it's easy to handle with a set state. That's enough to handle it, right? So say for example, I have data everywhere. Who needs it? Only a particular widget in my entire app needs this. Say for example, I have a bottom navigation bar that has been highlighted on the screen. And you know that the current selected icon or a tab is something that I need to know. So I can store that in an index field, and I can have that reflected in that one particular screen. That's more than enough. Do you think I need this field, that is the index field, throughout my app? No, it's very confined to that one particular page. So in that case, I would go for a FA formal state app and not an app state, right? Now, this boils down to another question, like what is app state then? So, as I mentioned, when we are managing a state, it can be categorized into either ephemeral state and an app state, right? We've already seen what ephemeral state is. Now, let's see what is this app state is all about. So, when to use, or how is it different from the other state? So again, coming back to the same point, data is available everywhere. You can see the data, right? And we want to share the data across the app, across globally, or in shared instance. Sometimes we want to keep it between user sessions, right? So in that case, we go for app state. Say, for example, I have a notification icon in my app, and this is going to remain constant throughout my app, irrespective of whether I'm navigating page to page or anything as such. Or to cite with you another example, an e-commerce app where I have all the items getting added into the cart. So here what happens the moment I navigate to different detail section, add products, my cart keep getting updated and it remains updated with valid data to whichever screen I go onto my app. So this is kind of a global data. So so in my previous example, now the contradiction part comes actually. So in my previous example, I told you I have a bottom navigation bar and I have a selected tab and an index, and it's very confined to that class and I'm not sharing it. I use a ephemeral state. What if I had a notification icon in my bottom navigation? Do you think I would be using a ephemeral state or I would be an app state? Because the notification has to be updated, right? So it is not confined that I have to use bottom navigation for ephemeral state. I can use app state also. So it totally depends on you need to come up with. You need to decide what is my logic. Is it has to be available throughout the app or is it only confined to one particular screen and then decide which state to be used. So these are a couple of examples from my repositories where you can find out these app details and you can use them. Set state, a very important and a basic concept that as a Flutter developer you need to know. State is a simple information of a stateful widget, right? Every stateful object, you know that in widgets we have stateful, stateless, which has a state, which does not have a state, and managing a state. It's all about that, right? Flutter apps are. So every stateful widget has a state object. And this state object keeps the track of the variables, the functions that define inside a stateful widget, right? Since the stateful widget itself is mutable in the sense it cannot be modified, we use state object to modify the UI, right? And we tell the state object to update the screen UI using a function. Now, what is this function? That function is called the set state. So now we'll see when to use set state. So all this happens, the redrawing part, the updating part, all this happens under this one function called set state. So we have the simple basic counter app. You must know the moment you create a Flutter project, you get the screen and you get all these codes pre-built for you, right? So if I have to take it step by step, what really happens behind the screen? So you have a counter with the value 0, which is initialized. Then we will display this counter on the screen inside a text widget. Next, we'll have a button that will kind of increases the counter value by 1 as in when I click on it. And the UI should be updated with a new value of the counter. Simple. This is the kind of the pseudocode, I would say, if you're kind of doing it. Now, if I have to break down a little more, what really happens is when the widget is created, the value of the counter is 0. Displaying the value of the counter on the screen next. And when we click on the button, we increment the value of the counter and update the UI. This is a little more one step ahead or with a little of technical jargons used in it, right? I have a very interesting question for you. You can see the screen, right? Is there a difference between these two statements or is it the same? This is one of the interview questions that most of the people get whenever you talk about set state, because we're very good at defining set state, right? Defining definitions. So definitely there is no difference between both of them. We can update our variable first and then call the set state function, since set state just informs the underlying framework that the widget UI, update this widget UI basically in the next frame. Kind of marks it dirty, right? So the underlying framework will use the last value that is defined before calling the setState function. So it actually kind of serves the purpose. If I put it even outside it, it kinds of updates it and kind of rebuilds it. It does the same. So until now, there is no difference between both of them. So when to use a set state? We don't need to call set state every time we change a variable. Always remember that. People understand that, okay, the moment I change a particular int value or color value, I have to use it under set state. No. Let's break that understanding and understand a little more bit, saying that we call set state only when we want to change a variable to reflect the UI of a screen. So if it has something connected with the UI screen, then use set state. Do not use it just for a variable change. Okay? These concepts really, even if I ask a Flutter developer with intermediate knowledge, he's really good at building apps, he's really good at defining which state management to use. But when we ask these kind of nitty gritty questions, he's kind of stuck and he stumbles on. So you need to know, as a Flutter developer, what is the difference when you see the code, what is really happening behind the screens, rather than just looking at the counterpart of the technical code. Inherited widget, another interesting topic, and it kind of helps me in a lot of my projects that I work on. Have you come across widgets like media query or theme? They all are inherited widgets. Pretty much anywhere in your app you can access them because they are inherited. So when you're using inherited as your state management tool, you're likely going to rely on an architecture pattern called lifting state up. Now, when I say what is this lifting state up is, let me explain you with an example. Say, consider you have a counter app all in one. So the moment you say Flutter create, you get the counter app built, right? So what do you see on the screen? You see a counter value and you see an increment and a decrement button, right? All good to go, very happy. You click on the plus, it increments. You click on the minus, it decrements. Very happy with it. Now I'll bring you a slight twist in it. Say if I say divide this into two pages, that is, I have the button displayed on one page and then I have the changes reflecting on another page. How would you handle it? So each time when you change or when you kind of navigate, are you going to pass the counter state back and forth in a constructor? No, definitely not. That's going to make your code dirty and messy, right? And that's not the right approach also. So that's not the right way. So this is where inherited widgets come handy. The inherited widgets solve this problem by giving the entire widget tree and access to the same piece of state. So that's how you are different from the rest of the world, or how your app gets different from the rest of the world, by instead of passing it in the constructor. Use inherited widgets effectively. So this is again another simple example. Say you have a shopping cart and you've been adding items, or you've been increasing the quantity of the items from 1 to 2. So whenever I change that, instead of updating or passing that value to the cart, which always displays the latest update, I would instead use inherited widget, use a property quantity, and then update that. And that in turn updates cart, so that throughout my app, I'm available with this updated cart value. Simple as that. And this is being used in most of the apps. So now moving on to the interesting part, as I told you, we have interview questions. So trust me, if you are attending an interview, one question is going to be mandatory. What is set state? So trust me, people will ask you this. And my personal experience is, do not go with definitions when suddenly they ask you what is set state. Try to explain them with an example. Be narrative. Pick an example, pick a live example, but don't go ahead with a complex example and completely get yourself into problems. Go ahead with a counter app. What better way to explain a counter app with a set state? And then you can make an interview feel that, okay, yeah, you really worked on it, you've understood the in and out of it. It's just that you're not building up codes, you're doing more than that. So that's the kind of feel you need to give the interviewer when you are kind of explaining something. It's not that you know everything, you've tried it and You're explaining whatever you tried it, you have done it. That is the feel that interviewers are expecting. I have definitions. There's so many definitions. This is one definition that I think it kind of fits everything. So it kind of notifies the framework that internal state of your object has changed in a way that might impact users interface in the subtree, which kind of causes the framework to schedule a build for the state object. Do not stick to this definition. You can come up with your own definition because you've been using state in and out, right? So you come up with a definition. So there's no single definition. Feel free to come up with your own and use them. Next common question asked in interview is, what is state management? So state management is very important. State management is very important in application development. It kind of centralizes all your states of various UI components, I would say, to handle data flow. Because at the end of the day, we all are handling data, right, in the application. So we need to have someone who's kind of controlling it, managing it properly so that even if there's a breakdown, I know where to go and fix it. So state management is one of the most popular and necessary process in the life cycle of an application. So don't get yourself complicated the moment I say, okay, what is a state management? You know what? The block, the redux, don't go ahead with a complex one. Simple layman language, state management, how you manage the data flow, life cycle of an application, and that's state management. So here are a few definitions. So whenever you talk about it, talk about data, talk about state management. It's the place to perform a logical based on UI events and then update the app state. Say, for example, I have a task app where I have my daily task that I've kind of made a note of it. So we have CRUD operations on it, right? Add, delete, modify. So whenever I perform any of the options, say, for example, I delete a particular task, maybe I've completed it, it has to update your task list, right? So this type of programming requires state management. So it handles such a situation to improve your performance. It is because every time you make a change or update, the state has to get refreshed. So to do this, I need a state management technique. And for that, that's where state management really comes in handy. Whether it could be adding a new task or deleting or editing, something is happening with my state, something is getting managed, and my UI gets reflected. So this is state management. And then the point boils down to, what are the different techniques of state management? Yes, there are so many. So that, as I told you, the next question is they would ask you is like, what are the different types of state management? Yes, there are several of them. So we have a block, Redux, MobX, Provider, Riverpod. So it's totally up to you which one you want to choose. So if you ask me, I would give you an example of an ice cream. Say, for example, you go to an ice cream parlor and you have so many flavors. You really don't know which one to try, right? Similar like a state management. How would you really know which one is really good? So what you would do, you would ask which is the best from an expert, the person who is selling, what is the flavor of the day or which has been selling quite fast, or you would do a taste test, right? So when you do a taste test, that means your palate is really feeling it, enjoying it. Okay, this is what I really like it. So similar way, you have a project, you want to know which state management to go for it, you have to try it out. Unless you try it, you won't know what is the best state management. Do not go with others' opinion. Keep them as a guideline, but you have to try it in order to explore and see if it really works or not. So as I told you, always start with a simple set state and then you can go ahead with it. So coming to the resources, I purely depend on Flutter websites. I think they are the best places where you can really get perfect or good information related to Flutter, and then you can move on with others' opinion and then look for it. So these are the resources where I've kind of taken it from. And yeah, that's it for today's session. So today, you must have got an idea as to what are the basic criteria that you need to know before dwelling into state management. And there's like this app state, inherited widget. They're very tiny topics, but even they make a lot of big impact when you're actually developing applications. And that's it from my end. And thank you so much. You can reach me on all these channels if you have any questions related to Flutter, Dart, or the session. And next, we have Pawan, who would be going in depth about the state management. Thank you.
Thanks, Kamal, for giving a great overview about state management. And now let's start my presentation. So hi everyone, this is Pawan. I am founder of Codepool, head of engineering at Frontier, and a Google developer expert for Flutter, Dart, and Firebase. And I'm gonna just continue what Kamal has been talking about. So let's talk about state management. And again, the same thing, same disclaimer that these are totally our view, and it can vary from person to person. So now let's talk about a little bit more the same thing like state management, right? I have a little bit different idea about it. So what I feel is like almost 75% people struggle with state management, and rest 25% probably don't care at all. And so let's see what are the two most kind of common challenges these days. One is choosing which state management package you should try in your application, and the navigator one. But today we are going to talk about state management. So again, if you see, this is something which I have taken from Twitter by Mike Wrightstorm. Basically, these are top 3 Flutter state managements. So basically, these are just 30. Okay, so 30 is nothing, right? I mean, there are n number of state management solutions which you can find, and as Kamal already told you about that, you can use some common things like set state inherited widget without using anything explicitly in pubspec.yml. But still, if you have to use something explicit, then there are tons of options, right? So now the question is, what is exactly state management in my definition? I have like 3 bullet points here. What is state management is basically which stores an initial value, read the current value, and updating a value. This is what state management according to me in very simple language. So now let's talk about, okay, so cool. Now you know what is state management is, right? So let's talk about the popular state management approaches which are there in the Flutter community, and you will find it everywhere. So the first one is very popular, Flutter Block. So Flutter Block, it's one of the most popular projects, I would say, for state management, and a lot of people use it in big projects, right? And it's been there since 3 years now. So I have what I have done is like I have tried to capture few things like what is the score on pub.dev in number of likes, how many stars on GitHub, is it active, should you consider or not, and my rating about this particular package. So as you can see, Flutter Block is really very popular. The only thing is that the learning curve is little bit higher than anything else, right? If you have a boilerplate situation, you can use Qubit, which is now a part of Flutter Block itself rather than a separate package. And you'll find lots of example on the website of Flutter Block. And when we talk about pub.dev, it's very popular. On GitHub also, it's very popular. The author Felix Angelov is working on very good ventures, so they are pretty much active all the time. And that's why if you see the graph, it's pretty much like the graph is very high in terms of the contributions. So it's a very active repository, I would say. So should you consider? Definitely. And my rating is basically 4.5 out of 5 for Flutter Block. And if we talk about the example, then basically you just have a qubit. Basically, you extend a qubit and then you emit some, you can say events, and then you get some state. If you're using block, then you will extend a particular block, or if you're using hydrated block, then you will extend that. And then you will kind of create 2 different classes, one for emission of events and one to capture the states. So that's how you start it. So these are very simple examples. Second thing which you do is kind of wrap your application with block provider and specify your particular model there, and then nothing else. You just use block builders inside your particular views, and you get all the states there, and based on the state you can do something. So that's what Flutter Block does, right? If we talk about provider is another very popular package, and it's also being recommended by Flutter team. And learning curve is also low as compared to Flutter block, and it's again very much popular on pub.dev, very much popular on GitHub, active. As you can see the graph, it's highly active as well. In terms of contribution, there are a lot of changes keeps happening. So should you consider it? Definitely. And my rating for provider is 4/5. Like I will give my honest opinion about all of this, as a kind of what is the best and what's not the best, and why I am giving these kind of ratings. So let's move how to actually use it. So what you do is you kind of wrap your application with multi-provider, where you can specify multiple providers, like you can have change notifier provider, proxy provider, and all those kind of things. Then you have a class which extends change notifier, right? And inside that you have to notify listener whenever you do a particular change, so that you can notify that there is some change which happened. And then in the section where your view is there, you kind of read from those changes, right? You can directly use context dot read, something like that, and you can specify your model, and you can call a particular method if you want to do that, right? So this is a very simple example of provider. It's very, very heavily used in a lot of applications. You will find it open source as well. So there are good number of open source applications which uses provider, including the Google ones. Next in the and then there was a count class, which is basically context.watch counter.count. So basically it's listening for that count to get changed with the time. Whenever you say notify listener, it just gets the fresh value from there. So next in my list is RiverPod. So RiverPod is another package which is from the same author, Remy, who is the author of Provider as well. So it's a kind of a successor of Provider. And also Remy recommends this package over Provider. So again, the learning curve is low. And the good thing which I like about RiverPod is basically there's no dependency on build context, which you might find some point in time that you don't want, or you don't have the access to your build context. So it can be very useful in that sense. And it is also compile safe. So most of the issues you will get during the compile time, if it is working on compile time, then you can be sure that it will work on runtime as well. So unlike Provider, it fixes that issue. And it's like kudos to Remy for doing this awesome stuff. And if you talk about the popularity, it's again good enough, like popular, because it's a new one as compared to the last two. It's active. You can consider it. It's like it depends on you probably. And again, my rating is 4/5, so it's a great package to try. And talking about the example, again, you will have a counter provider, something like that, right? Which is kind of a state notifier provider. Then you will extend your class with state notifier, and you will just, let's say here we have something called state. So we are just increasing the state plus plus. So it's just a counter application, nothing else. And in your view part, you will just extend the consumer widget, and you can watch directly that provider, and you can use the value directly in the text or whatever you are using. So it's pretty simple. Next in the list is GetX. I know a lot of you are very much kind of always asking that should we use GetX or not. I have a very strong opinion on it, but yeah, I mean, let's talk about it. In fact, so it's very popular and mostly used by a lot of newcomers. If you talk about the popularity on pub.dev, very, very popular. On GitHub, a lot of stars, and it's also active kind of, right? But for one reason I don't consider using it myself is because it uses a static global context. It tries to do a lot of things. So basically when that happens, I am always interested in looking what's happening behind the scenes. And when I see that, I don't like it that much. So my rating for it is 2/5. Again, it totally depends on you. If you prefer it, you can use it. But I personally feel that using static global context is not a great idea. So that's why I am somewhere, I'm not interested in GetX. And I don't know how many people in the community uses GetX. So that's again a very strong opinion. But yeah, I mean, if it is working for you, probably you would want to stick with it. But I would prefer something else. If you talk about the example, then again, you have some observable kind of variables. You can directly do some operations on it. Then you can have a view file where you can use getX controller and a builder which will give you controller, and using that controller you can kind of get the value. So let's talk about the next one, Mobex. It's again a popular one because of the JS world it is coming from. So one problem with Mobex I have is that it requires a lot of code generation. There are people who love code generation, using something like Build Runner to generate a lot of code. I'm not a great, like, really a big fan of it. But yeah, I mean, if you're using it, if you're fine with it, then it's okay. So pub.dev, again, 0.7k kind of likes, GitHub 2000 stars. It's that not that much active, I would say. So if you want to consider that's totally your call. My rating is 2.5 by 5. So I mean, you want to use it, then you can use it. That's the thing. Especially if you are coming from the JS world, then probably you would love it. If you talk about the example, then again, you just use those generated model files, and you just kind of extend it with your store, and then you just specify an annotation called observable, which value you want to observe. And then in your view file, what you do is kind of, if you see here, then we have something called observer, where we can wrap it with observer a particular text, and we can get the value from there. So this is pretty much you have to do. It's easy to learn, I would say, but at the same time, I don't think if you are someone not from the JS world, then probably you would want to use something else which is more popular or more common. Next one is also pretty much similar, which is Redux, although the approach is pretty much different. But you will see, if you're using Flutterblock, then you will see a lot of similarities between these. So it's best for people coming from React or JavaScript world, again, who have probably used Redux in their web application. It's the oldest but less popular in Flutter world. Pub.dev, very less stars. GitHub, it's good, right? I mean, 1.5k is good number. Active, it's pretty much low, but you can consider it. And if you are from a web background, I highly recommend it. Let's talk about, it's like normal reducer concept. You have an event which is reducer, then you have a state, and then basically you have a store. And when you initialize your app, you just give the store, and then you just access the state, and based on state you do some changes. So it's pretty straightforward. The next one is Fish Redux. Again, this is alternative to Redux. This was made by Alibaba. I personally thought that it is very complex, and it's not that much popular in Flutter community either. But on GitHub, it has like really good stars. But active wise, you can see the graph, it is very low. So I don't consider it, and I don't recommend it as well. So my rating is 1.5 by 5. If we talk about States Rebuilder, this is another one which is very good. It comes with a combination of dependency injection and integrated router, and there's a lot of interesting features inside it. I haven't used it much. I was just testing it, like how it is working. It's pretty good. It's fairly new, I would say. I don't have a very strong opinion, but definitely it's worth giving a try. So you can take it, check it out. So you again have a plain data class, then you have a view model, kind of immutable view model, and then you have again this view dot where you have something called, so this, you will just have an instance of the view model, and you can directly get the value from that view model. So that's what you have to do with States Rebuilder. Velocity X, this is my package which I developed. It is inspired by Storekeeper, Redux Vuex, all those kind of libraries. I don't have any rating because it will be biased. I don't give a consideration because that will be biased as well. And it's fairly active because I have been doing some work on it. So if you like it, it works pretty good for my use case. If it works for you, then you can try it out. And it's very simple to use. Again, you have a store where you will have all sort of model classes. Then you can have mutations where you can specify what kind of operation or business logic you want to do. And then using the store, you can directly access those models. And you have some like VX Builder and things like that, right? Some widgets which you can directly use to get those values. And it works pretty well. You can find the tutorial on my channel. So, and there are many more, like there is binder, flutter command, and a lot of them which I cannot even cover in this short time. But yes, these are the most common ones which I wanted to talk about. Now let's move further and let's talk about best state management out of it, right? And honestly, there's a lot of confusion. Nobody knows what is the best. Is it, is it block, or is it getex, right? Or it can be a confusion between provider or river pod. What do you think? Let me know. Okay, so I'm just giving you some time. Okay, so I think none of them is best. So when I say that, what I want to say is that according to me, the best state management is that which fits best for your use case. So that's my opinion on it, right? So still you will want me, to tell you that, what is like how I should choose state management then, right? So I have some points which I want to tell you. And basically those all options which I told you and the rating, these are all my personal findings, and based on that I gave them rating. It can differ from people to people, but because I have been doing a lot of application in Flutter using different state management techniques, sometimes I use combination of tool, for example Flutter block and provider. So that's why. And if you see, none of them got 5 by 5 from me. So basically, none of them can be best. But yes, Flutter block I highly recommend it. Provider Riverpod also works pretty well. So now coming to choosing right state management, these are few questions which you should ask. Do you really need state management for your application? If it's just a to-do app, probably you would want to skip it, right? What kind of application you are making? Sometimes you really need kind of an architecture inside your application. Maybe Flutter block can work pretty well, Redux can work pretty well, right? And what's your or team's prior experience with state management? If you have already worked on Redux in your previous project or something like that, you probably would want to choose that, right? If you have used block previously. So prior experience also matters. Are you from a web background? Then you'll probably want to choose Redux or Mobex kind of option. And if you're using Firebase as big backend, then there are a lot of streams, so you would probably want to use block or Flutter block, right? And you should also check how well maintained the package is, how many people are using it, right, in the community, and what exactly is happening behind the scenes. You should understand the package, right? You should not over engineer it. Like I have seen a lot of people using stream builder inside stream builder inside stream builder, and because that works, that does not mean that it's the perfect way to write it, right? So check out GitHub open source projects, check out how it is actually working. And if you're not facing any problem after implementing one solution, why to look for another, right? If you have like everything is working fine, then I don't think you need another state management solution just because there's a hype in the market. Okay, now let's talk about some interview questions, more interview questions, because we already discussed some of them. So I have a couple of interview questions again, like based on these slides which I just showed you. Why would you use a state management, right? That's a question which any interviewer can ask you. So according to me, if you have ever seen Windows restarting, basically means that state management gone wrong. So basically why we need state manager is because it helps us in centralizing all the states. There will be various UI components and you want to handle the data flow across your application, so you will use state management for that. And it also helps you in separating your UI from business logic, right? It's easy to test your application, it's easy to reuse your code. So that's why. And the second question would be, what factors would you consider before choosing a state management? Then again, my answer would be pretty much the same. Like the way I told you, right? Do you really need it? What kind of application you are making? So majorly it's all about the use case. It's all about personal preferences, and how well that package is in the community, how well it is being maintained. And so these are the things which you should consider. So I think if you want to learn more, you can go to my Codepur YouTube channel, where you will find n number of resources. You can also visit my website codepur.dev, where again you'll find a lot of tutorials for all these things. And I think that's pretty much it. And thank you so much for being a great audience. And yeah, you can find me on Twitter, YouTube, LinkedIn, wherever you want. And yes, let's connect over there. And you can ask me question by tagging me on Twitter. Thank you.
Wow, that was an incredible session, Pavan and Kamal. It was quite insightful. Thank you so much for giving us a clear idea on choosing the correct state management strategy in building your Flutter applications. Well, I think that this will be really helpful for developers who wants to take their application to the next level. So now it's the time for some job opportunities. Yeah, so we have around 4 to 5 jobs over here from the companies Witter Cloud, Sweeken, Neha IT Services, and Bajaj Health Finserv. We have around 1,000 plus exclusive job openings with around 50 companies posted on our website. The link to check it out is devfestindia.com/partners. So I request each and every one of you to not miss any of the opportunity. Go ahead, check it out, and just apply wherever you find yourself to be a good fit. Also, our chat moderators will be sharing the link in the chat section. So in case you have missed it, you can use it for your reference.
Also, just one disclaimer. While we are inviting recruiters for DevFest India 2021, we don't guarantee that you will get a job or an internship. DevFest India organizing team is not responsible for any offers made during or after DevFest. The main motive behind inviting recruiters is to connect with the attendees who might have the skills that they are looking for.
Right. Okay, then. Now it's the time to see what you have learned and win some amazing prizes for yourself. Also, do not forget to tag us on social media platforms and share your experiences about the event. Make sure that you are using the social media handles and hashtags hashtag DevFestIndia, hashtag Let's Grow Together. So here we start with the quiz. So here we have a link displayed on the screen, and you just need to go onto that link and answer those questions.
Awesome. And also, one more thing, please don't forget to answer the special question that is mentioned in the form. And also, one more thing, as we mentioned it earlier as well, we have about 50 prizes for this quiz, and you may be the lucky one, of course, if you are listening. And apart from this, we have 450 Google Swag kits that is having shirt, zippers, sticker sheets, and 5 Google Nest Home Minis are to be also on there. Also, from community side, we have 5 t-shirts from Device as well. Please make sure you are using the same email ID what you have used for the organization, registration there.
All right. I hope you had fun answering the questions. Now it's time to move on to our next track. Well, can you guess in the chat? I guess like some of you just guessed it right. It's cloud right now. It's everyone's favorite now. So let me share some quick facts about cloud. According to a cloud computing statistics about from 2020, there were about 4 billion customers, cloud customers, with the number of increasing, at a like head spinning rate that I would say there. And also, according to a report from Gartner, the public cloud is supposed to attain about $331 billion of revenue by 2022. And it's becoming more evident that the era of intelligent cloud had started now. And I'm supposing if like some of these days everyone would be like, I can walk cloud, I can talk cloud, and I can laugh cloud because cloud is everywhere. So, well, I'm really excited about this one.
But wait. Before that, guess what? We have the winners for day 2's Cloud Track quiz. You can see the names on the screen. So go ahead and search for your name in the list and let us know in the comment section if you have won. For those who weren't able to make it, don't worry. The DevFest is not over yet. All the winners, keep your spirits high because you will be receiving a surprise swag kits anytime soon.
So, Shachita, do you know how big enterprises and organizations ingest data from different sources, different speeds, and different formats at scalability? Processing and ingesting huge amount of data is definitely a big deal for any organ. I always think there is a better way to build up a data lake that will just take care of some of these scenarios. What do you think, Shachita?
Well, I don't know it either, but I'm pretty sure that our next session has got us covered with a live demo too. So in this session, we'll be learning about how to build a data lake using GCP. So Gaurav, would you please do the honors of introducing our speakers?
Sure. Meet Nagin Narbag and Nirav Kotari, who will be speaking for this session. So talking about Nagin, who is a senior big data engineer from Quantify and has expertise in building architecture on GCP. So talking about Nirav is a Google developer expert, in short GDE for GCP, and works as a technical architect at Quantify. His core strength lies in designing the solutions for data engineering and data extraction. So without much of a wasting of a time there, let's just call Nirav and Nagin on the stage.
Hello everyone, this is Nirav Kothari. Glad to be part of DevFest 2021. Let's start the presentation. Okay, I'm Nirav Kothari, a GDE in Cloud Platform, and I'm also a technical architect at Quantify Analytics. I'm going to be joined by Nagin Narbag, who's senior big data engineer at Quantify Analytics. Okay, so let me start my presentation with a brief history of how the data storage needs of the organization has changed over past few decades and how has technology helped to cater to those needs. If we go back to 1970s, when organizations felt the need of some data storage mechanism so that they can store the data that they generated out of their regular day-to-day operations. This data was small in size and structured and relational in nature. That gave the birth to the databases and specifically RDBMS databases. Organizations started storing data in application-specific data in these databases. And these systems were also called as OLTP systems because they were mainly attributing to frequent updates, inserts, and deletes. Focus was not more on reading the data, reading historical data, or analytics purpose. At any point of time, these databases used to give us the current state of the applications. This databases used to store very little data, but that satisfied the need of the organizations. And this actually helped organizations to run their businesses. With the dot-com era, they started feeling they started getting more and more data, and they started implementing more than one databases in their premises, because one database could not store all this data. And in some cases, organizations also used to store dozens of such databases to store all their data. On one hand, it was good that it was beneficial. It was a boon that they could actually manage these data separately and properly. But on the other hand, they couldn't synthesize the data from various sources. So that's how basically this led to the evolution of data warehouses. Okay, so data warehouses is basically a huge data storage mechanism where you can club the data from various sources, whether it is multiple databases or external data sources. You can club the data from all of this and store it in one location, which is data warehouses. Of course, when you talk about collected data, organizations could also query this collected data for all their analytics purposes. Now, when we talk about multiple data sources, they all follow different schema, different data format, etc. So there was a need for standardizing this data, accumulating this data, and extracting from various sources. And that's how ETL tools got developed. ETL tools used to connect to these systems, fetch the data from these sources, transform them as required, and then load it into the data warehouses. The data that we had in data warehouse, where on top of that, data marts were created. These data marts were actually function specific. So for each function, organizations used to maintain a separate data mart for each function. And of course, since these machines were having a huge computing capacity, historical analysis of the data was quite possible. And that's how people started attaching BI tools on top of the data warehouse. The purpose of data warehouse was to improve the businesses, as against the focus on database was to run their business. Data warehouse was used for improving the businesses. But the only limitation that data warehouses had was it could not store unstructured data. It needed a specific schema in which it could store the data. But unstructured data were again, unaddressed. And that's how the data lake came into existence. Data lakes can store data from various sources in their original format, whether it is video file, audio or image file, or whether it is dump of any databases or Excel or any document. All of that can be stored in its native format into the data lake. We can apply ETL tools on top of this data in data lake to extract the meaningful data out of it and then populate the data marts. And once the data lands into the data mart, BI tools can be attached on top of that for dashboard purposes. Now, since we are this means that we are storing the raw data as well as the processed data inside the data lake. This opens up a huge opportunity for data scientists and data analysts. And that's how in today's world, the data lake is most important data storage technology in their IT infrastructure. Now let's dig further into the data lake. What is data lake? Okay, data lakes can store any file format, any size of data, at any speed. It can ingest the data, and you can bring in the data from any source. It can ingest data from in both the ways, whether it is batch format or streaming format. That is completely fine with data lake. it provides a centralized repository. That means all the functions of the organization started storing data in the same centralized repository, which is a huge improvement over the earlier days databases where they had to store data in disparate databases. Now, when we have data from various functions, various sources into the same repository, you need some sort of data cataloging to know what data is present where. Data lake is also scalable, and of course, you can scale your storage and compute separately. Database storage is actually built on top of object storage, which is highly durable and secured. And of course, it is quite less expensive as compared to data warehouses. It supports standard tools like SQL, Python, R, or even Spark jobs. So they can directly pull the data from data lakes and process it, transform it as we need. Of course, you can apply analytics, ML, machine learning models. All of that can be applied on the data which is stored in data lake. The ideology behind implementing a data lake is to store the data as much as possible in its native format. That too for future use. You might not have the immediate use, or you might not consume the data immediately. And plus, you can consume the data in the fashion that you want. Everyone would have a separate need. Everyone would have their own way of querying the data, so they can do it in the self-service fashion. Okay, now when we have so much variety of data in data lake, we need a self data governance model for effectively implementing the data lake in the organizations. There are a few reasons why we need data governance, and that too effective governance. Because it stores variety of data, high volume of data, high velocity at which data arrives, and of course veracity that deals with the accuracy of the data. Because when the data gets ingested, you might have duplicate records, you might have incomplete records, or different schema from different sources. So you need some mechanism to process this and make the data accurate so that it can be consumed easily. For all of these purposes, you need a governance model. At the same time, there are a variety of users who's going to use the data which is present in data lake. Business analysts which might use it for creating their dashboards and etc. Data scientists may want to create some machine learning models or apply some kind of artificial intelligence on top of the data that we have. And IT professionals might want to integrate their IT applications with data lake for the data. And all of them are going to query this data in self-service fashion. So you need some mechanism to allow only few people to access certain type of records, and that's why you need data governance. Of course, you need security and auditory regulations. You need to comply to those regulations as well, and for that you need effective data governance model. But how do you implement it? You implement it by organizing the data in your data storage, and at the same time you provide the right sort of privileges or access to the right data. That's covered in the data governance. Now let me talk a little bit on how do you organize the data in your data lake. This is one of the model that we can think of. You can adjust it as per requirement in your organization. Any data that comes in, whether it is audio, video, or images, or whether it is application logs, or any social media feed, or it could be some data generated out of your sensors. you need to store all of this data in something called as a raw zone. Okay, now this raw zone only represents a landing zone where all the data comes in the first place. You can have, of course, the storage layer is same for raw zone, refined zone, gold zone, and sensitive zone, but it's just that you have departmented your storage so that you can demark all these departments as some or the other zones. So raw zone is basically where all your data lands, first of all. Of course, you need minimal governance in this zone, because you want everyone to access this zone for inputting the data. Data engineers mainly work on this zone because they might have to create few pipelines to move data from raw zone to different other zones. And of course, you need to process data that you have in raw zone. And once the data has been processed, for example, remove the duplicate, or fill the missing data, etc., you need to process all of that and then put it in a different zone that might be referred to as refined zone. Data scientists would most likely be willing to work in this zone, and of course you need to have little less governance in this zone as well. But you have to ensure that there's no sensitive data in both these zones. In gold zone, usually you keep data which is aggregated or curated, or you might have joined data from various sources, and then you might want to put it into the gold zone. So gold zone is something that is available in production, and probably data scientists can create models out of it. And of course, business analyst would be most likely be willing to work on this gold zone. This is one of the model that we can how we can organize the data in data lake, but you can customize this as per your requirement. Sensitive zone is one of the zone where you have the heavy governance. You restrict the access to very few people, and you all the PII data or all the other sensitive data are usually kept in sensitive zone. Okay, so enough of theory. Now let's get into how do we implement a data lake. Google Cloud Storage can build a storage layer for your data lake. Why? Let's check that. Google Cloud Storage is actually a object storage and gives you a capacity of up to exabytes of data. It allows high volume and high speed ingestion as well as consumption. It allows storing your data in the native format. Of course, it is very cost effective to store data in cloud storage. Cloud storage also provides various storage classes. So depending on how frequent are you going to access that data, you can define the storage class of that data or of that bucket to optimize your cost. At the same time, you can also implement lifecycle management, which means that if the data becomes stale or historical, then probably you might want to move it to the different storage class to optimize your cost. So this functionality is automatically provided by Google Cloud Storage. It also provides versioning. If you're updating a file, then versions are automatically stored, the previous versions. Of course, the durability of data is very high in cloud storage. It provides up to 11 nines of durability. And of course, strong consistency, which means for the cases where you are reading the data just after the write, you can achieve the consistency in all your reads, and that avoids your complex workarounds that you might have to do otherwise. Of course, it has a native integration with various tools available in GCP. The tool can help, various tools can help you in analytics as well as ETL related processing. Of course, as we mentioned that it needs a data governance model, and for that we need fine-grained access control, and Google Cloud Storage provides fine-grained access control to permit who can access what data. Okay, so here is the huge ecosystem of all the services that you can use to build your data lake. Towards the center of the slide, you might see a cloud storage, and all around the slide, you would see different services that you can leverage for implementation of data lake in your organization. So towards the left, you see are all the sources of data. You might have a certain type of data which is coming in streaming fashion, usually coming through sensors or maybe clickstream analytics and all that. So those kind of data is streaming. You can have certain data lying in files in your on-premises. You can also have user activity logs and other types of logs that you might want to ingest in your data lake. Or you can have some databases dumps going into the cloud storage for further processing. You can use CLI, or you can use APIs or SDKs to push this data into cloud storage. If you have a huge data and you want to batch upload this data, here are the services that you can utilize. Transfer service is that service that allows you to transfer huge files either on demand basis or recurring. You can schedule the recurring transfers as well, either from your on-premises or from different cloud provider. GSUtil is another cloud CLI utility which allows you to upload any file on demand basis. Transfer appliance is that service from GCP which allows you to migrate your huge data in offline fashion. If you don't want to occupy your network bandwidth, then probably you can opt for transfer appliance. If your data is in streaming fashion, then of course you can leverage Cloud PubSub and in combination with Dataflow to ingest those data into cloud storage. Cloud PubSub is a scalable middleware messaging platform, and it works on a publisher subscriber model. Dataflow is basically a fully managed, scalable messaging basically a platform to process the data. It can have a single pipeline, for processing batch as well as the streaming data. Once the data has been processed, the streaming data has been processed, it can be stored back into the cloud storage. Now, this was all about how you can ingest data into the cloud storage. Now, let's look at how you can utilize this data for further processing. You can use the data that you have in cloud storage for data mining purpose or data exploration purpose to understand your data better. You can leverage Cloud Data Lab service from GCP, which is a managed Jupyter Notebook environment in GCP. And of course, you can it is bundled with a huge set of libraries which you can utilize in your experimentation purpose. You can even build small machine learning models in Jupyter Notebook for experimentation. You can even use data prep service, which is more like a ETL kind of service. So you can pull the data from cloud, upload it to your BigQuery. So as I mentioned that you can choose to extract data from cloud storage and push it into the BigQuery, and you can serve all your BI analytics, BI tools, and all that from BigQuery, which is a data warehouse. If you are compatible with a Hadoop cluster, then probably you can spin up a Hadoop cluster, on managed Hadoop cluster on GCP with cloud data proc, and you can use Hive and Spark clusters for processing the data that you have in cloud storage. The processing could be something like analytics, or it could be something like data transformation. If you want to build any machine learning algorithms on top of this cloud storage, you can, as I mentioned, you can use Data Lab for experimentation purpose. But if you want a full-fledged a platform where you can build your model, fine tune your model, and also deploy your model, then you can go with cloud AI platform. All these services have native integration with cloud storage, and that's why it's quite easy to pull data from cloud storage and then implement all the pieces of data lake. Now that's all about theory of how you can implement a data lake in your organizations. Now I'll hand over this to Nagin, who's going to take you through the demos of data lake.
Thank you, Nirav, for the detailed explanation on data lake. So this is Nagin. Hello, everyone. I'm going to give the demo on how we can create data lake by using different GCP services. So yeah, so moving to the architecture. Okay, so this is the architecture. Here I'm going to show you the demos by using different data services. I have created the demo. Okay, so data lake on the GCS bucket. Here I'm just going to show you. So as we know, there are two types of data loads. One will be a batch load, and then another will be a streaming load, or that we call as real-time load also. So at the time, data can be at any side, any source can be anything like SQL Server or SFTP or Twitter or anything. So here I'm just going to use SFTP and Twitter. So the first demo will be like we are just going to load the data into the GCS bucket in a raw zone. So as Nirav mentioned about the zones, there will be a 3 zones basically: raw zone, then refined zone, and then gold zone. So here just I am going to show you the 2 zones in a Google Cloud Storage, like raw zone, and then the refined zone will be in a data lake, that is will be in a GCS bucket, and the refined zone will be in a BigQuery. Okay, so our data, that is raw data, will come from SFTP, and then we are going to load it into the raw zone. Once the data into the raw zone, I have Spark code with the Scala which I have created to clean the raw data. So the data will be in CSV file format, and as we know that there can be any other not clean data, we can say the raw data will not be a clean data. There can be extra spaces, extra tabs, or extra with extra words which we don't want. Okay, so that will be going to clean using a Spark code which I have written. So we will have that jar, Spark jar, and then there will be a parameterized code also. So at the runtime, we are going to just pass that file while running that code. Okay, so what that code is exactly going to do? That code is exactly going to do is just get the data from raw zone, clean that data, and put into the refined zone, which is again a data lake. Okay, and after we put the data into the data lake's refined zone, then from there our Spark job will get the data from refined zone and put into the BigQuery golden zone. That is, and from there we can use for analytics purpose. So here you can see that in we will have 3 demos, like SFTP to raw zone to refined zone, and then into the data store for visualization purpose. Okay, and other is like by using AI notebook, we can use the data for machine learning purposes. We can create a model, or we can create prediction model and show onto the notebook only. Okay, so third will be like I am going to show the clean the data and show into the notebook only. Okay, and another one is like getting the data from Twitter, which is the social media. We know that we can get the data by using data fusion, because data fusion has the connector who can connect to the Twitter and bring the data into the GCS bucket. That is nothing but again our data lake, and from there we can just see the we can use the data for analytics purposes. So yeah, this all three demos I am going to show you in today's thing. Okay, so thank you. Let's move to the demo part then. Okay, so here we will start with the demo. So as we discussed that, so Google Cloud Storage we are using as a data lake over here in a demo. Okay, so as we have discussed about the zone, a raw zone and refined zone, we are going to keep it in Google Cloud Storage, and gold zone will be in a BigQuery. Okay, so Spark code is going to process this file, that is CSV file. Whatever unwanted data will be there, or unwanted things like extra spaces, extra slash n's or extra tabs is there, we are going to just remove that by using the code, and then we are going to just put into the refined zone by using the Spark code only. And after the data will be in a refined zone, that will get loaded into the gold zone, which is the BigQuery. Okay, so that is again going to done by Spark code only. Okay, so for keeping the Spark jar, we have just created Spark file folder, and then for keeping the Twitter data, we have just kept the Twitter data folder, and for AI sample data, we have this folder. Okay, so if you can see the raw data, so it will look like this first. So it will contain more spaces or tabs we can see. Okay, so the code will going to process this file and then keep into the refined zone. Okay, so I have created one Dataproc cluster. In that cluster we have job section. In job section we are just going to launch that job which we have created. Okay, once I submit this jar, the the refined data will be in refined zone. Okay, so if you can see that here we have the data, and that will look like there is a no spaces. Okay, so like this, so we have this refined data. Okay, so now the code is going to load this data into the BigQuery. Okay, so if you can see here, we have this school census table where we are getting this data. Okay, so we can use this data for analytic purpose. As we know, BigQuery is a data warehouse. So from here, we can just export this data to the Google Cloud Storage, or we can explore with the Data Studio only. So by using Data Studio, we can just see how we can create the dashboard for the business purposes. Okay, so here you have different options to show your dashboard. So likewise, the first demo is like this. We can just clean the data and we can apply analytics on it, and we can use for dashboarding purpose. So this was our first demo. Okay, so moving towards the second demo, so how we are going to process the data. For example, AI data we have. Okay, so for machine learning purposes, we will have the raw data, so which we are going to keep into a bucket only, that is nothing but data lake again. From here we can take the files, and then we can apply another different prediction models we can create by using this data, and we can use for machine learning purposes. So here in demo, what I did is I have just created one AI notebook. Okay, an AI notebook. I have just this data. So this data will just load from this notebook will load the data from bucket only. So what this mainly this POC is going to do is like we have diabetes kind of data. Okay, and this data consists of several medical predicts. Okay, which is independent, and this outcome we are going to see, which is depend on this prediction. So here in data we have different like pregnancies, how many glucose, blood pressures, skin thickness, insulin, BMI, diabetes predictive function, and the age of that particular person. So what we are going to predict from this is by using this test data. This is nothing but one test data. By using this test data, we are going to just predict one analysis. That analysis is nothing but random forest model we are going to create. Okay, so basically we have two kind of multiple kind of classifications, like binary classification, or we have a multi classes classification, or etc., label classification, or etc., we have that. Okay, so binary classification model consists classification consists of different models of machine learning, like random forest yeah, random forest model or XGBoost models. So these are the models. So here we are just going to create a random forest model which will predict or analyze, which will predict whether that particular person will be diabetic or non-diabetic. This is the main, we can say, outcome we can going to find. So here just the thing is, we are again using the data lake to get the raw data. Here we are just showing what kind of data we have, and then once we will apply the random forest model on this, here we are just getting the accuracy for that particular random forest model. Okay, so this is nothing but our second demo, where we are just getting data from GCS, and yeah, that is nothing but our data lake. We can store our any kind of data, and we can apply our different machine learning models, and then we can use that data for machine learning purposes. And again, from here we can store it into GCS bucket also, but we have just not shown here. Okay, so moving towards the third demo, which is the streaming data, or we can say real-time ingest the data. As you know that the Twitter, we will have Twitter data. Okay, so that is social media, and from there we can take the data and make use of that data for analysis purposes. Okay, so here I am using the data fusion to create the Twitter streaming ingestion into the GCS bucket, which is again nothing but a data lake. Okay, so on a data lake, we want the data. So Cloud Data Fusion has that ability to take the plugins and then create one. Here we can create a real-time ingestion. We can create, and we can have this Twitter connector, and then from here at the sync side we will have GCS. Here we can just store the our data. Okay, so I was just did this. Okay, so once we run this pipeline, okay, once we have to we have to give these properties also. So what properties? The Twitter properties will be there, like access token, reference data, access secret, and consumer key and consumer secret will be there. Okay, and here we have to show from where we are just going to take the load the data. So if you can see here in Twitter data, so we will have this Avro file format data. Okay, so this is nothing but our third demo, where we are just getting the data by using this particular pipeline. Okay, so that's it. So uh, these were the three demos to explain how we can make use of Google Cloud Storage as a data lake, or other services are also there to create the data lake. Okay, that's it. So we will move to the interview questions now. Okay, so the first question is like difference between data warehouse and data lake. So there are multiple factors on which basis we can differentiate what is the data warehouse and what is the data lake. Okay, so if you talk about the data, so data can be structured and processed in a data warehouse, and in data lake the data can be structured, semi-structured, and unstructured. Okay, so in data warehouse we just have to have structured and process, which can be processable kind of data, but in data lake we can store any kind of data, structured, semi-structured, and unstructured. Okay, For if you talk on the processing, so here we process schema on a write in a data warehouse. In a data lake, we process the schema on a read. Okay. When we talk about the storage, so in data warehouses, it is very expensive for large data volumes, whereas in data lake we can design our data lakes for low cost storage. Okay. And agility, when we talk about the agility, it is less agile and fixed configuration in case of data warehouse. But when we talk about the data lake, it is highly agile and reconfigured as needed. And if we talk about the security, so in data warehouses that is a mature, and in data lake it is a maturing. Okay. And we talk about the users. So here just business professionals will be using this data warehouses, or we can use for business professional purposes. And data lake, we can use this for data scientist purposes also. Okay. So moving to next question. That is, can we employ data warehouse and data lake together? Yes, we can do that, and this is very good strategy to employ data warehouse and data lake together. Okay, last question we can say, how to implement data discovery in data lake. So yeah, so for implementing data discovery, we have data catalog, and this data catalog have the ability to create a to data catalog of all your data sets, including GCS, BigQuery, and other GCP services. We can create data discovery by using data catalog. I think that's it. Thank you everyone for joining this session.
Whoa, that was amazing. Did you see that? Well, I am so gonna try this.
Yeah, me too. And thanks, Nagin and Neera, for the perfect session there. Well, so what's next, Sachita? Like, do we have some specs left?
Well, of course, Gaurav, we have a lots and lots of swags left for everyone out there. But remember that this is the last ice-breaking session, and so the last chance for all the techies out there to win some amazing goodies and take them home with themselves. So let's do it. Folks, we have a quiz for you on cloud, and I think that after this highly informative session, you will have the expertise to answer them all. So just go ahead and give it your best shot, because we have some surprise swag kits waiting to come your way.
So you might know the drill for it already, but let me just give you a walkthrough again. You will see the link to the quiz. It's a Google form with the questions. You just need to answer the questions and submit the form. Please make sure you're logging with the same email ID you have just registered on the DevFest there. Also, you will have 5 minutes for it. And there are 15 t-shirts from Quantify for this quiz as well. For this quiz specifically, like all the winners will get an opportunity for applying for a Google Cloud certification sponsorship. That will just give you about 80% of the scholarship. And upon successful completion of certification, you can apply for it. So there will be a 2-month deadline given to all the winners, and the winners will have to submit the proof of completion in order to get their reimbursements. A detailed email will be sent to you to all the winners, and so all the best.
All the best, everyone. Whoa, that was amazing. Well, thank you everyone for participating and congratulations to all the winners. Well, I am a little sad because it was the last quiz, but I still hope that this Learn with Fun quiz was really helpful for all of you.
Well, also, not to forget, DevFest India also brings some exclusive job opportunities for you all. And now it's time for some announcements. So, bringing up, we have the company's job opportunities from Cloud4C, Brio, Cappermint, Tatwik, and Vacancy. So, you all are requested to head over to the website, that is devfestindia.com/partners, and go through respective companies and they will have the job opportunities displayed to you. So, just grab the opportunity. And also, let's move on to the next closing remarks from our two Googlers, the DevRel team there from India there. So we have Manoranjan and Sebastian with us. So talking about Manoranjan, Manoranjan is a program manager on developer ecosystem team that leads Google developer groups, Women Tech Maker program in India, along with a few DevRel initiatives. So talking about Sebastian. So Sebastian is a senior program manager leading the AAA term, that is Developer Relation for Asia, Africa, and Accelerator program. His mission is to make Google technologies the platform and the tools of choice by developers and startups. Previously, he has worked as a strategy consultant, then in business development at Dell before joining Google. So over to you, Manoranjan and Sebastian.
Hi everybody, my name is Manoranjan Padi and I am a program manager on the developer relations team at Google. I would like to thank you all for attending DevFest Online 2021 over the period of 3 days, listening to amazing talks as well as networking with other developers in the networking area sessions that we had, as well as the fireside chats, of course. So this is supposed to be the ending talk or the end note, but I don't really think this is the end note because the journey that we have started from DevFest doesn't really end here, right? And hence the title called interesting title that I've tried to insert here. So for me, I want to, before I highlight the power of community, the things that we could do even after DevFest, I want to tell you about what our programs are and how you can connect with more people when this DevFest gets over. So, right. So the first program that I want to talk about is the Google Developer Group and the Women Tech Makers program, which actually, because of whom the DevFest happened, right? So we have 52 chapters in 39 cities and 60 plus ambassadors over or across India. We have 70 experts as a part of our experts program, having expertise in technologies like machine learning, Android, cloud, web, and many more. Then for students, we have something called as the Developer Students Club, which we have in 352 colleges in 120 plus cities. Then we have the Google for Startups program, through which we are able to reach 200 plus startups, and then 2,500 plus through our mentor programs as well as the partner programs that we have. Then we have Kotlin for Android, with the help of which we have reached 38 plus universities, trained 1,500 plus faculties, as well as 60 plus educators for Android. Now, one question I would like to ask you, what is community? Maybe take a couple of seconds and form your answer. All right. So community, at least for me, is a one big party, right? Because we see developers from different walks of life, some who are still in their student journey, in their undergrad programs or postgrad programs. Some are experienced developers who have spent 5 years, 10 years, or just getting started in their professional career journey. Some are faculties teaching in colleges, computer science, or any computer related subjects, right? And then there are startup founders who are trying to do amazing things, trying to build amazing tech, right? And hence, I feel community is a one big party. And why it is especially for me, because when I started the journey of community, which was 10 years ago, I was literally a newbie. And I was attending this activity called IO Extended and met maybe like 15 or 20 new people from different walks of life. And when I got back home, I realized, okay, this was a fun event. Maybe I should do more. This was not less than a party, right? Maybe party for developers, that's what I would call. Second thing I want to talk about is also I want to acknowledge like this year as well as the previous year was tough, or it's still tough for a lot of you or for a lot of our developers. I want to tell you, like for this guy, for example, while they are drowning, they are still trying to hold up the flame. So I want you folks to also do the same thing. I know it is difficult. Some of you feel stuck in your journey of learning. Some of you feel stuck in your career trying to grow. It is okay, right? There are years or there are moments when things are difficult, but then everything gets back to normal. Everything normalizes over the passage of time. Uh, Everything comes or ends with a happy note. So keep up. We are with you. The community is with you. So make sure you don't lose hope and continue your efforts of whatever you're trying to do. It could be maybe building an app that you want to publish on the Play Store. It could be launching a new startup with the amazing idea that you have in mind. Or it could be filing a patent, right? It could be literally anything, which I would leave on to you. Another thing that I want to tell you is community strength. Be strong. Let's look out for one another. And why I want to say that this basically comes from my previous experiences when I was a part of you, right? I'm still a part of you though, attending community meetups as just a member, right? So I would start developing or maybe writing an app, and then I would get stuck, and then I would definitely look up to these meetups to maybe learn on how do I get unstuck. So I literally met a lot of individuals who were very open, and then help me out, basically address a lot of my queries, build the app that I wanted to do, and also make sure when you have taken benefit out of the community, be sure that you give back to what you have taken out, right? Like, because there are others like you who are coming to this meetup and want to learn new things. They are looking up to you, so make sure you are there for them. Be strong. That's what it means. Let's look out for one another, because it's like united we stand strong and divided we fall. So it's the same thing when we are doing a meetup or when we are a part of the community. Another important thing that I want to tell you about is diversity. How important is diversity? So in general, when we hear about diversity, we try to associate it with one single thing, right? But it is not. Diversity comes in different forms, right? It could be gender diversity, it could be socioeconomic diversity, it could be educational diversity. So make sure that whenever you are doing any meetups as an organizer, or when you are attending meetups as a member, you are inclusive towards people's background, towards from where they're coming from. And respect is something also that you should have for these people that you're talking to. They might be at a nascent stage of developing an app while you might be an expert. So be mindful, like they're trying to learn a lot from you, and you are at the same stage once in your life, right? So it's your time to give back to them. It's your time to analyze when you are trying to do that or take that first step, the things that you did not have, right? How can you provide these things to people who are now at the same step or the same ladder of life where you were in the past? How can they move forward and do not repeat the mistakes that you might have done, right? So hence, I'm calling this out, that diversity just is not one thing that we usually associate to, but it's a plethora of multiple things that comes into the picture. Before I move any forward, I have Sebastian here who has like a short message to share with you and some tips that you can follow, which can help you get successful.
Hello everyone, my name is Sebastian and I lead some of our developer relations teams at Google, in particular in India. I've been at Google for a short amount of time, a little bit less than 15 years, and I guess that makes me feel a little bit old. I want to thank you for having attended DevFest. I hope you were inspired by some of the sessions that you've attended. But the journey does not stop here. And I want to talk about what happens if you get stuck, if you feel demotivated. And that's totally okay. We all go through that feeling of feeling stuck or not having the energy to do something. Procrastination is okay under one condition. Now, do you know what that condition is? If you've attended some of my previous talks, you probably know the answer. If you don't remember or you have not attended, that's totally fine. I'll give you the answer. And the answer is you have to get started. Now, that may sound paradoxical. How can I get started if I'm procrastinated? But that's the point. Break things down in little pieces and get started on the first thing. And then you can stop. Then you can procrastinate. Now, why is that? The reason for that is that if you have started with a plan and you've started with the very first item on that plan, then the rest will keep being in your mind, in your subconscious mind. So even if you stop after the very first step, or after having drafted a plan, when you're in the shower, when you're sleeping even, things will be running in your mind. You'll be processing things whether you like it or not. So that will help you actually have more ideas and be open to feedback, as opposed to finishing everything right away, for instance. So procrastination is okay as long as you get started with something and then you leave it to rest. We have about 4,000 weeks to live on average on this planet. 4,000 weeks, that's about 80 years, give or take. We will never manage to do everything that is on our to-do lists. It is an absolute myth. I still believe that myth, stupidly. I know rationally that I will never achieve everything, but irrationally, I still hope I will get through it. The point is, don't be discouraged with what I just said. The fact that we'll never finish what we have on our to-do list is actually liberating if you see it under another light. And that light is the light of constant pressure. If you feel liberated from that notion, that myth that you'll do everything, you relieve yourself from the constant pressure. But that's not enough. And I want to give you 7 practical tips that you can use so that you don't feel under this constant pressure of doing everything that you have on your to-do list, because it's not possible. The first one is have a to-do list with a fixed number of tasks, a fixed number of entries. 10 at most, maybe even just 3. And the rule is that you cannot add any new task, until you have completed one. It's a very simple rule. So decide what works for you. I've realized in my case, in my centralized to-do list, as I call it, because I centralize everything, personal and work things, I can only have 5 things in there. I cannot do on average more than 5 things a day. So if I see I've put more than 5, I just put it for another day. I move it further down the line. I don't put pressure on myself because I know I won't be able to do all of it otherwise. That's tip number 1. Not more than 10 or 3 or 5 things. Choose your number. The next thing is focus on one big project at a time, or maybe one work project and one personal project. That's not a task, right? A big project is something you want to build, maybe an app, and there will be multiple tasks associated with that project. And move to completion, move to the end of that project before moving to the next one. I have tons of ideas. If you go to my personal site, you'll probably see that I try to get involved in many different things, but it's very hard to finalize any of them when I'm involved in so many things at the same time. So second tip, focus on one big thing, one big project at a time. Number 3, agree with yourself on the things where you will not excel, where you will not become an expert. I'll give you an example. I started playing the ukulele. It's a small guitar. It's not a guitar actually, it has 4 strings. And I started doing this and playing this since December. But here's the thing, I know I'll never be a professional. I don't want to be a professional. I just play a few notes here and there to please myself because I enjoy it and I find it pleasing. I'm not great, but I'm good enough for my own purposes, for my own leisure. So choose where you're not going to excel. Don't beat yourself up because you're not number 1 at every single thing, right? You don't need to be excellent at everything. Choose where you want to be good at. Tip number 4, and that's a funny one coming from me working at Google. Make your devices as boring as possible. What do I mean by that? We're always distracted because of notifications, because of we want to check the latest thing on social media, we want to read the news. I'm completely addicted to news. And this is our own desire to entertain ourselves and avoid handling all the to-do list items that we have and that we know we have to do. So one way to deal with this is actually to make it a little bit boring. And how can you make your devices boring? Well, one thing is to possibly only use one device for a particular use case. For instance, if you like reading books, have an e-reader of any kind. They're fairly inexpensive, and you just focus on reading. You'll disconnect the Wi-Fi or any connection, and you just focus on reading rather than being interrupted or tempted to be interrupted. You can try to remove social media or not use it at all. I think it's very difficult. You can try to avoid using email. You could transform your device into a grayscale mode, so not using colors, but black and white and grays. Or maybe you can do this after a specific time in the day, or after using your device for a number of hours, then you switch to blocking the internet connection. I don't know. You can try. Give it a shot. It's not going to hurt you. It's only going to make your life better in theory. All right, tip number, I think I'm at 5. Keep a done list. Everything you have completed. So it starts empty first thing in the day, and then you gradually fill it up with the things that you've actually done in the day. And this can help you with motivation. And there is some evidence that it helps you keep motivated because you have these small wins. You have done something during the day. Tip number 6. This is more of a philosophical tip. Pay more attention to every moment. That way, no day will be boring. Notice the details. Appreciate how we're lucky to be alive on this planet when we're really just dust particles in the universe, and we're here for a very, very, very short amount of time. Notice the little things around you. If it's raining, if it's sunny, the air that you breathe, you'll feel more alive. You'll feel more, connected to your surroundings. Now, this is a bit philosophical. There are different methods where you can be more connected with your life. There's meditation. It's not that I'm not a fan. I'm just not very accustomed to it. Do what works for you. But if you feel that your day is the same as the previous day and the same day last week, then maybe try paying attention to more details. And my last tip for you, if you get stuck, if you get demotivated, if you're lacking energy, is to adopt an attitude of curiosity. Be curious, especially when you're confronted to a challenge or a boring moment or with someone that you don't agree with, especially when you're confronted with someone you don't agree with. Try to understand them. You don't even need to explain your own position. There's no goal here except to figure out who this human being is, and trying to expand your own horizons, to put a little bit of doubt into your hard entrenched beliefs. So overall, here are the 7 things I mentioned to you. Have a list with a fixed number of entries, not more than 3 or 5 or 10 things that you want to do each day. Focus on one big project at a time, one work, one personal. Agree with yourself where you're not going to be great at. You're not going to excel at everything. Choose consciously what you want to focus on to be great at and not great at. Number 4, I mentioned to make your devices as boring as possible. Number 5, keep a list of the things you have done, you have completed. It will motivate you to keep going on. Number 6, pay attention to your surroundings, to details. And number 7, adopt an attitude of being curious. So be inspired, get involved. We're here to support you. There's a bunch of programs that you're aware of, and if you're not aware of, I invite you to consult and use your favorite search engine to figure out what Google Developer Groups are all about, what the Experts program is all about, Women Tech Makers, our Startup Accelerator program, but also something I'm very passionate about because I'm leading it, and that's called Dev Library. If you go to devlibrary.withgoogle.com, you will see a platform where Google curate technical content submitted by you, developers, and hopefully it will inspire many other developers to build stuff on top of it, to build apps, to build whatever you want to do. It's open source. You have open source projects. You have technical articles. Go and check it out, the Dev Library. I want to see what you're going to build using these projects. Expand on them, mix them up, build on top, be creative. You can contact me. I want to hear from you. Here's my email address, india@247.com. And don't hesitate. I want to hear from you. Tell me how you were inspired either through this talk, or tell me how you solved the challenges that you're faced with. Show me what you've built. I'd love to hear from you. Thank you for listening to me, and I wish you a great rest of the day. Dhanyavad.
Cool. So these were some pretty good advices or tips that you can use in your day-to-day life while you continue on your learning journey. Coming over to some exciting times or exciting news, of course, on how do you actually continue forward this journey, or few things that we already have running right now or have them up. Tips that you can use in your day-to-day life while you continue on your learning journey. Coming over to some exciting times or exciting news, of course, on how do you actually continue forward this journey, or few things that we already have running right now or have them upcoming which you can join or which you can a part of. So the first thing is the Road to Google Cloud certification. It will be starting from November 2021. It's a free 6-week guided program designed for people who want to prepare for a Google Cloud certification. The second thing is Google Dev Library. So it's the same thing which Sebastian also mentioned about. It's a newly launched Dev Library, is a platform that celebrates open source contribution. So if you are a creator who creates technical articles, Google Dev Library is something that you should have a look at. So move over to devlibrary.withgoogle.com to know more about this. If you're a student, so Developer Students Club is something that you can find and join. So you can find a GDSC campus near you by going to the link gdsc.community.dev and be a part of the enormous learning opportunities with students in your campus. So for startup founders or people who are already in middle of the startup journeys, right? So the Class 6 for the Google for Startups Accelerator India is already open. So if you are a growth state startup building solutions using AI, ML, and data, you can go to goo.gle/GFSA-India and apply by the 29th of October 2021. For people who are interested in the experts program, we have got this question a lot on how can I be a part of the GDE network, or how can I apply to be part of GDE. So you can express interest at bit.ly/India GDE. And again, GDE is a global network of highly experienced technology experts, influencers, and thought leaders who actively support developers and startups with talks, blogs, mentorships, and more. And over this past 3 days, you would have heard from a lot of GDEs speaking on a plethora or different type of topics, from mobile development to web to machine learning. Another one is Android Development with Kotlin. So Android Development with Kotlin is a recently launched facilitated online course. And on completion, you can apply for a Google Associate Android Developer Certification Scholarship. So if you are interested to be a part of that, you can enroll at bit.ly/Android Educator. And hovering or coming to the last one, Exchange with Google Developers program. During this year's DevFest season, you can participate as mentors or mentees in a global community-driven mentoring experience under the Exchange with Google Developers pilot. You can express your interest to be a mentor or mentee by signing up at bit.ly/Google-DEX. So I hope you have taken a note of these links. If not, then connect with your developer community who can again share you these things that I've just spoke about. Coming to the end, or not the end actually, I hope you have an amazing journey ahead and look forward to connecting with you all, maybe in a meetup that would be happening soon, online, or whenever things starts to normalize in a physical setup, whatever. So let's see what's there for us in store this year and next. Thank you.
Well, thanks, Manoranjan and Sebastian. That was quite mesmerizing. So, moving ahead, mistakes should be examined, learned from, and discarded, not dwelled upon and stored. We request you all to fill up the feedback form and let us know what improvements can be done, and we'll surely try to accommodate it. We request you to follow the link shown on the screen and give us your valuable feedback. Gaurav, can you please guide them with the process?
Yep, sure. So what you have to do is like you have to just so we are giving a participation certificates for all the attendees. You might need to follow the instructions. One, like you need to go to the feedback link, that is feedback.devfestindia.com, and on successful completion, you will be asked a pop-up whether you want a certificate or not. So what you can do is like enter the code, that is HGUC36, and then you can download or email your certificate to yourself. And also, not to forget, we are giving quick labs credits to all the attendees. So those who have registered for DevFest, and so they are entitled to get quick lab credits by this week of the end. So do keep an eye on the inbox.
Okay. So, aren't we forgetting anything, Gaurav? Like most of you would be thinking that what about the results of today's quiz? Like we have announced the result of yesterday's quiz, day before yesterday, but what about today's quiz? So here we are with the results. Yeah.
Yes. And also the names will be updated on the website. So do check it out. And don't miss this amazing opportunity to grab the swags there. So I guess like you don't want to just miss this opportunity.
Definitely, nobody wants to. So congratulations to all the winners. Please keep an eye on your mailbox for your swag update.
Congratulations.
Well, such grand events are impossible to be organized without a robust and hardworking team. Reaching lakhs and lakhs of developers in just 3 days wasn't easy for the organizing team, while all of them were located in different cities of India and, of course, had their full time jobs to take care of. So, a special thanks to the Google Developer Group organizers from all over India who came together and managed their time to contribute to the purpose of upskilling developers. More than 55K plus techies registered for this event, and it wouldn't have been possible without our amazing marketing and website team. Well, it is not easy to keep the ball rolling for such a huge event. All thanks to our content strategy and social media team, who did a great job in providing updated and latest information about the event, filtering out the best content for you all. Swags was one of the things that actually kept the excitement going. So, a special thanks to all our sponsors and Google Developer Group for providing a huge support on Swag front. We are really grateful to all our speakers for such enlightening sessions. Thank you to the design and video editing team who helped us reach the audiences with utmost creativity. Thank you so much, Dux Media, for wonderful support and taking care of the logistics, because of which we are able to connect with our audiences flawlessly.
Also, we really appreciate the efforts our recruiting partner for collaborating with us on such a big level. It's remarkable. We are grateful to companies, community partners who joined hands with us for the common purpose we had, help developers with economic opportunities and pulling this off to such a grand level. Thanks to all the hosts and chat moderators who managed to connect with everyone in last 3 days. Last but not the least, I would like to express my heartiest thanks to the DevRel team for being there throughout the planning execution phase and to support us and make us believe that we could do all of this. Also, do not forget to back the opportunity to feature in yourself in the GDG's DevFest India story. So to know more, please check out at https at the rate bit.ly/DevFestIN story. So chat moderators would be putting up the link in the chat. You can head over to the link and check that out. Also, thanks again, everyone. Do share your feedback, tag us on social media with hashtag DevFestIndia and hashtag Let's Grow Together. Keep sharing. It always seems impossible until it's done. After the completion of this incredibly successful event, we stay strong with the tagline of the DevFest India. Separated by distance
and united by passion. Also,
Right.
Gaurav, a good event never ends in this world. They only take a pause and keep us waiting for the next year. So, hope to see you all in DevFest India 2022. For all updates, follow us on our social media handles. Till then, take care
Stay safe.
and see you all next year.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
you.